Earl City Hall City Council meeting for the proposition to have a mosque built in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Going in the right direction.
I hope so.
I'm gonna follow you. You look like you know what you're doing.
I've left good.
Yeah, if you need a bodyguard, I'm the guy.
I do.
Okay.
I got you.
Hey, Corey, how you doing? Doing good.
So if you were, does anybody out here need a form that plans to speak?
Hello. Hello. I understand that they have an original room that they filled up and they've opened up overflow.
That's that, and it's already full. This is also going to be broadcasted right here.
I've got a friend who's got a seat for me in the original room, reserved. And I'm
You're
set
welcome to
up.
go down and take a look, but I'm going to say it's probably,
Where's that down there?
yeah, it's where everybody's standing right there. So
Okay, thanks.
I've been in it since.
Oh, okay. I'm blonde, I Are you a developer or a, oh, okay.
Great seats.
I think I was going to leave at 5:15.
I wish I could have got here earlier. Thank you, sir.
What does it say?
Allah is Satan and Muhammad is in hell
Okay.
and infidel.
Okay. You good? Okay. Oh, there was something else. I've either gotten bigger or seats have gotten smaller.
You can tell I'm kind of shy and don't like to stand out.
Oh, he made us stand. So you've got a video camera.
You know, from live
They
feed,
allow that?
live feeding.
I don't know the rules. Do they allow that type of thing?
You would think so.
Yeah.
I was able to. They usually live feed theirs.
It's true.
I know Rogers.
They are streaming.
Yeah. So I was able to do it in Rogers County.
Okay.
No
So
problem.
there's a lot of people out there, isn't there?
Oh yeah. And the other room is about full too.
Still holding this front row for applicants that have business with agenda items. Once they release those, that'll be the last seats available. There won't be any standing room in here. We'll be at full capacity, so
Good thing
be
you got
aware.
here
The
early.
overflow is also at capacity already.
Because I was
So if you have to step out, it is on monitors in the hallways. We're gonna line the hallways. But we're gonna leave the hallway open in the middle. We need a 6-foot corridor all the way through the
Your
building.
neighbor, is that you?
So both sides of the hallway up against the hallway. We're not just
Your
gonna pile
neighbors,
full where nobody can get through.
Do you have it recorded? Did you report him? Hopefully. Good.
He doesn't know it. He thought I was talking on the phone to someone.
Wow.
I have a minor in investigative journalism. I expected this to happen because the Holy Spirit told me it was going to happen. I have 3 neighbors now.
So he physically attacked you?
Verbally.
Oh, verbally, okay.
Yeah. But
Threatened?
his mom, it's a long story. You don't want to hear it. But I knew I was in for a fight. I knew I was in for a fight with this guy. I signed the lease, but they're gonna try to ask me to leave. They're trying to get me out of there. They hate me because of Jesus. I've been nice to everyone.
Huh.
It's Satan.
Is there an HOA?
No, I'm in like a condo type thing.
Oh, okay.
And I rent.
Pardon?
Well, his shirt is. No, no. Have you read his shirt?
Oh, there might be, but they'll shut it. They should shut it down pretty quick if there is.
Yes, they will. His shirt's pretty agitated.
Nobody. Hey, when I walked in, the guy said, "I love you."
Basket of deplorables.
Yeah, there was a man behind me when I walked in up the steps, and he said, "Hey, I love your shirt. If you need any
How many
bodyguards, I'm
media
your
do we
man."
have over here?
I said, "Thanks."
No, it's a miracle that I'm here. I don't want to be on.
Because once every seat's full and the commissioner's seats are full, we only have very limited left for occupancy. So, worst case, if you have to set up cameras, have a videographer in, and then you step out in the hall. We have
Are you speaking?
cameras in, make sure this is on the
Okay.
side. But we gotta we can't overthrow this building, there's only so many exits. So,
I got a call from my she was I'm sorry.
but so all the cameras, media's gonna be this corner. I don't know that you really have any room over there. Maybe if there's room for one, you might be able to work over there. You're welcome.
Do you live in Oak Brook Arrow?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just right up the street.
Do you know the council people?
She knows a lot of people.
Okay.
I only know one.
Doors open, they're better than
He's the
doors
city
closed as far as
council
fire
in
code
my
is concerned.
not the ward.
Okay.
But I did call his office and ask for his presence. Not as a police officer, just as a
Right.
secretary. But he has like 2 or 3
Is he gonna be
jobs.
here?
I don't know. He has she said they all have several jobs. So I think that
I see.
to a position. But he was the one that I didn't even know they were building a mosque here in 2022. But after, as I was telling you, John Grandel contacted me. He said, "If you ever need anything, let me know." Because I still, and so when I moved here, I thought, I'm all about religion. And so I thought, I'm going to contact the city councilors. Okay, get my purse. Go ahead, we got you. You're safe. So I watched all his videos for 2 or 3 years. I'm very educated on it. So I wrote a letter up and I let John know I'm going to send a letter to the city council, ask them to make them aware so we could bring it into action. John followed up with a letter to them. This city cannot say they didn't know. His letter was amazing. Right after that, Google shuts me out of my Gmail.
Really?
I can't
Shut down your email.
by Gmail. I can't get into that account anymore.
Applicants here for the American storage of BA or the comp plan change.
I'm back. I'm so sorry.
No problem. You're no bother.
And you're skinnier than me.
Well,
So, Rich said that some councilman told you that there weren't any activists here or something like that? Okay. What do they think the Muslims are? I took that as my personal invitation to be here.
Well, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say to the lady next to me because it was her.
Oh, okay.
I go for the jugular.
Good.
I've always been like, I mean, not always,
That's
but
how I like to operate.
when Jesus took me back to the stronghold of abortion 20 years ago,
Right.
I don't know how else to be.
Yeah, you gotta be tough to fight that battle.
And I just wanted to say peace. I didn't know how to do anything I was doing. But once you go through something like that, you never listen.
Well, I agree.
So you have a voice.
You get hardened, and you realize the process, and you're not scared no more.
I've been through a lot of persecution, so I know
Yeah.
but you know, you get knocked down. It just kind of makes you tougher. Like you said, makes you tougher. But if we don't use our voice, that's the reason why we're in the mess we're in. People don't use their voice. Nobody
Right.
wants to speak up.
You think that's a Muslim guy for the mosque?
Do I?
You think that's a Muslim guy sitting there for the mosque? We'll find out.
But I had two very nice Muslim men, and they didn't speak Sharia. I know what Sharia client is.
Yeah.
And opened the door for me. They smell really thick.
I don't have anything to do with the temperature.
Hello, Officer Sharp.
Hello, fire marshal.
Oh, you're the fire marshal?
Yeah, the hot part, not the cold part. Yeah, I'm not officer.
Yeah, real fire. Well, I can't read that far.
It's on the back.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go, there we go.
Oh, okay. There's another one here too. It's not just me. He's out regulating the hallway right now. Oh, you have?
We are in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma City Hall for a hearing to see if the town wants a mosque, a Muslim mosque built in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Good Lord. Well, no, they're not asking stuff.
This is the first room. They filled this room a long time ago, and they've opened up another room for overflow. They may have opened another room for a second overflow, because when I came in, the first overflow looked awful full. We're going to see a mad rush for all these seats here.
Good. God, I hope I'm
It's
rich.
Walmart on Black Friday.
I hope two tall people sit right there.
Planning Commission is going, this is not okay.
Oh, here, I'll sorry, I don't know how to go to them. I've never been to it. Well, yes, I have, but it's been 15 years. Okay. Well, it's hot in here, but I wish
Does anybody else have any forms they need to drop off? I might ask him. Okay, perfect.
well, so one of your forms, if you want to
Are those the speaker phones?
I guess it's speaker phones, but it also says if you don't want to speak, do you oppose this or do you? So, a lot of them are just.
I mean, was the one you filled out pink?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it said you wanted to speak on it.
Right. So they're still taking forms. And it's after 5.
I guess for the opposition. I mean, you know, because
Yeah,
people.
they should cut off. Mine was,
Well, I was reading the Broken Arrow neighbor's comments, and almost some guy put, I thought those guys over and all that. Hell no, they're not going to come in for the mosque.
right. Good.
See the stack?
Yes, show them.
Look at the stack that they.
Do you see the stack?
Oh wow, it's gonna be a good
Well,
long
no, they'll only let 6 people, probably.
6 people.
Well,
Are they gonna go in order? Are they gonna go in order that they
they'll go.
Now Rogers County lets that everybody who signed up by the time speak.
Yeah, so that's it.
So something, I don't know if this is
See, I went to the Rogers County City Hall for like 2 months in a row every week because they were having their first annual gay pride event in Claremore. And so,
I think I saw that video. Are you kidding me? Because
very
street
possible.
preachers.
It was me.
Was that you? Okay.
Yeah.
I never saw a face.
Yeah, okay, at the actual Pride event, Rich Penkovsky and me and another man named Dave Grisham were there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we preached it.
Okay, so if my neighbor, they flash my face on the news and I'm sitting next to you and my neighbor sees it.
For
Because,
comp plan change
Do
or
you
the
pack?
American Storage of VA,
no,
You need to.
you could come sit up here.
but it's been a long time since I've shot, so I need to go for lessons.
Okay.
My husband was Marine Corps, so I'm a former Marine Corps, and my son was in Fallujah.
Folks, you're gonna have to keep the doorways clear, and that's by order of the fire marshal. It has to be where folks can get out of here.
Okay, can we get on with this? What time is it? Oh, it's 5
This
now.
is Broken Arrow City Hall, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma City Hall.
Oh, it's 5 p.m.
So you can't see anything
Do you know Dr.
Yeah, but
He's a state rep. Oh,
it doesn't show up like 5:30.
Linda's been speaking on his off for a while.
okay. Are you speaking? You are? Good. You need his back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So you must just.
Everybody
Yeah.
listen up for just a second. We are full, pretty much in this whole building.
Dr. Ritz. You know
There are no
Dr.
more
Ritz?
applicants that I can find in the hallway. This is it.
Dr.
You guys can
Rich.
sit up here.
Ritz,
Whoever's
ATZ.
available.
He was a state rep.
Make your
He's a
moves.
doctor in Broken Arrow.
After that, there is no
He's
standing in
conservative.
this
Yeah,
room.
real conservative.
Except for
Thank you for
media.
telling me about him.
No standing room, sorry. We're at capacity.
Because I just lost my doctor of 22 years.
Oh, really?
Well, he retired.
Okay. I don't know if he's older than me.
Do you see the fourth guy over in the pinstripes?
In the red tie, yeah.
He's a kind of I get creeps of him. He's a friend of Linda's. Yeah. He was standing against that wall. He was going to go to you have to really, those guys are, they're very, very tricky.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the nature of their religion. Takia.
But I watched a lot of videos. John is the, they came after John and sued him for $6,000. So he had to shut down his understanding of the press.
So are these speaker forms are taken after 5 o'clock?
Well, it didn't start to 30, but still.
Yeah. They on the online it says the shut off time is 5 o'clock to sign up
No, I thought it
for.
was 15 minutes before the news starts.
Well, online it says 5 o'clock. And you asked them, right? They said 5 o'clock.
Is that a show?
Looks like it.
My goodness, why can't I do I've got those on my phone, but we don't have time for that. You've got 3 minutes. Yeah. Just counting.
Why is my mind blank?
My Allah is Satan, Muhammad is in hell, infidel shirt. Well, you know, we were just in Plano last weekend with Jake.
I watched. That's where I heard about street.
Yeah, well, good. I've got all the admiration for Jake, what he's been through. And he's been.
I wish he wouldn't say F Israel.
I understand.
I mean, it's okay.
I wish he wouldn't say
has
F
freedom,
at all. Period.
He has freedom of speech. It's okay. I'm not one of those
But
people.
it hurts his cause.
His mom's Jewish.
I know, because he claims to be Christian, he preaching Muslim, and cussing like a sailor. But we were there as guests. We actually brought a bunch of stuff as props. We brought the pigs and the hog head. We brought it.
That's where I heard about you guys. So he asked, he had like Richard come up and speak at the end. So I went online. Oh, who are these guys?
Right.
Because see, I had my first press conference in Oklahoma City because I was doing my name's on the case at Overturn Road.
Good.
And so I had a lot of it was all volunteer. I did not get paid. And so I've held press
I wish you would've.
conferences. We were calling them to come forward and speak the truth about abortion because we were hurt. And so my very first press conference, it was successful, but I did not know how to do it. It was all God. I didn't know coverage. But he spoke to me through several ways, and I said, can you speak to me one more way, and then I'll do it. And he did.
Well, good.
And
In the news today, this town in Michigan, where the city council is all Muslims, voted in to have animal sacrifices.
where is this?
Michigan, ram track,
So they're doing
huh?
halal. They're doing halal. Isn't that what they?
There's just animal sacrifices. Yeah. So I'm gonna bring that up. It's ram track or ram head or something, or ram hawk or something. But the whole council is Muslim.
That should make everybody laugh. And
Yeah.
we love our dogs and cats. They should love them.
Well, remember they were stealing them up in Ohio, stealing everybody's dogs and cats and stuff.
So are you from Indiana?
Yes, Evansville, Indiana originally.
That's who where is that guy from? That's where I heard the full gospel when I was 27. There's a guy who lived in Indiana. His father was a successful attorney. And then he was a millionaire. But he came to Jesus and gave all that up and started preaching the full gospel on the radio. Bob George.
Oh, Bob George?
Yes.
Yeah, in the Cowboy Church.
Twice as many forms just added in there. Wow.
What's he say?
They just added twice as many forms in there.
We just hope
Yeah.
between all of us that we'll get this.
Yeah.
And if you want these notes, let me. I'm sure you've got yours memorized.
Since 1982, I have preached on 335 universities in 49 states. And I preached about impromptu from Indiana, Evansville, originally. Huh?
I graduated in Terre Haute.
Really, ISU.
Oh yeah.
Did you?
Well, Terre Haute, Indiana.
Right.
High school.
Oh, high school. Okay. Vigo County. Yeah, Vigo County. Vigo. Yeah.
There's two little Indiana people here.
Did you know
Cornfields and
Larry
nothing else.
Bird?
Indiana people.
You know Larry Bird?
Oh yeah, Larry Bird. Well, he was really active. That's when I was young. He was really a big
And the
star.
guy that I heard the full gospel from, he was from
Yeah.
and I want to say Evansville.
I was twins. I was
It's amazing. Small world.
That's why I asked you if you went to, you said I looked familiar. I asked you if you went to a college. I preached on colleges. So if you went to a college, I
Well,
probably,
I went to OSU for just a small bit.
Yeah.
And then,
what years?
so that was in the 90s.
Okay, I preached right outside the library on the grass mall by the patio on the south side.
Have you ever been to Oklahoma?
Oh yeah. Well, I went there once, but it's private and they kicked me off.
Do you know they are? I just looked at this is what Grok. But I'm not surprised. They are one of the number one. They're bringing in a lot of muslims to that university.
I believe it. I believe
How
it.
can you do that when you sign a code?
Money talks.
We need to go picket that. We need to go bring attention to it. Okay? Or be real.
Yeah.
I should let you read the letter I wrote to Wilson. I made him reply back to me. Did you know they were the number one consumer of abortions in the US?
Who was? Really?
I know that for a fact because of the lady's two daughters who lived there. Oral Roberts University was known in Tulsa, Oklahoma as a university.
I believe it. Keith Green went there in the late 70s, early 80s and had a revival. I don't know if you...
I know who Keith Green is.
Yeah. I'm a big... when I first got saved in the 80s, that's when Keith Green was pretty big. So I love his stuff.
I had a friend who loved his stuff too. I was saved. I was born again in 87.
Yeah, and you were born again in 80?
87.
Oh, 87, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I
so
grew up in church. I knew about Jesus, but I heard the full gospel. So 87, that's when
yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic.
So my mom taught for 50 years. She just stepped down 3 years ago. She's on this.
Whoa.
She was in church.
How could she put up with it? She taught in public school?
Southern Baptist. She taught every class. She
Oh, in
taught
church.
the Bible.
Oh, okay, Sunday school. Okay.
She held every job in the church, and she taught every class. Wherever she taught, if she was teaching the singles and she went to the married, half of the singles came to the married. My mother had a gift.
Oh, good.
She was Southern Baptist, and I only heard a half gospel. Walking down the aisle with forgiveness of your sins is not the full gospel.
Right.
That was surprising. Anyway.
Yeah, sinner's prayer. Yeah.
But she is, and she's an amazing lady. I could never hold a candle to her.
Isn't it about 5:30?
Yeah.
Getting quiet.
Linda here is quite a fighter.
Good.
She knows her stuff.
I hope you go first and set the tone.
Well, she was instrumental. She was instrumental in getting bills. They were going to do an amusement park here. She was instrumental in getting that shut down.
Okay. You ever heard of Mike Reynolds in State House? Okay. Yeah, he term limited out years ago. He's conservative.
She's very administrative. I'm not. I'm just I just show up. I hate administrative work, but I'll do it.
I'm an ordained minister.
Oh.
I don't
I learned a lot.
Here. 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 Jason Kerwin.
Here.
Robert Lawrenson.
Here. First item we have is item 3, old business. We have done item 4, consideration of consent agenda. Is there any items that anybody wish to pull from the consent agenda?
I can't hear that.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have a motion second on roll call vote.
Mindy Kaling. Yes. Jonathan Townsend.
Yes.
Jason Cleffa. Yes. Jason Cohen.
Yes.
Robert Lawrenson.
Yes. Now, item 4D, 26-89, that will go to City Council right here at 6:30 on January 20th.
We're not having a vote on it tonight, or it was just a hearing, or what?
All right, item number 5, items removed from the consent agenda, we have none. Item 6, public hearing.
Really?
Before we get started with public hearing, I thought I'd read you a little statement here. I don't have it memorized, so I'll read it to you. Good
City
evening, I'm
council
going
has
to
to
go over the
approve
ground
it.
rules for planning commission tonight, public hearing. There are public hearings on land use, these are public hearings on land use items. The planning commission's role is to consider the request based on the city's adopted comprehensive plan and zoning regulations and evidence and testimony presented tonight. Our decision whether to recommend approval, denial, or conditions will be based on land use criteria, such as compatibility with surrounding development, traffic and access, parking, public safety, stormwater, and floodplain considerations, and utilities, buffering, and screening, etc. Comments that are unrelated to the land use criteria are not relevant to the commission's decision tonight and will not be considered. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to talk. Please state your name and address for the record before you begin. Please direct the comments to the commission. Don't talk to the audience, talk to us. To keep the meeting fair and efficient, we ask that the speakers avoid repeating points because you're going to start saying the same thing over and over and over for what the previous speakers have said. So try to limit that on something new to us. Thank you. We'll now go ahead and start with public hearings. So our first item, and that will be item 6A 25-1716. Staff want to cover that?
This is a public hearing consideration and possible action regarding Comp 002532-2025 comprehensive plan change by Onetta 71 LLC for 8.8 acres from level 1 rural residential greenway floodplain to level 4 commercial employment nodes located approximately 1/10 mile north of the northwest corner of East Kenosha Street or 71st Street and Onetta Road, 241st East Avenue. On this spot, the applicant is requesting this change to the comprehensive plan for the purpose of a commercial development. Pending approval of this amendment to the comprehensive plan, the applicant intends to submit a rezoning request to change the zoning to CG, which is commercial general. This request is congruent with the 3 parcels to the south of this property, which are already designated as level 4 commercial employment nodes within the comprehensive plan. The project site would include 4 contiguous parcels on the northwest corner totaling 16.39 acres. Amending the comprehensive plan to level 4 would support a future rezoning request to CG Commercial General. The anticipated CG Commercial General is in conformance with level 4 in the comprehensive plan. The surrounding properties contain the following uses along with the following development guide and zoning designations. To the north is level 1, which is currently A1 agricultural, and it is used as a residential estate. To the east is level 4, which is currently agricultural A1. It's also used as a residential estate. To the south, the comprehensive plan has slated a level 4, which is currently A1 agricultural, which current land use is also agricultural. To the west is level 1, which is currently A1, and there is a power substation at this location. According to FEMA maps, the western portion of this property is located within the 100-year floodplain, Zone AE. Water and sanitary sewer are available from the city of Broken Arrow. Based on the location of the property and surrounding land uses, staff does recommend Comp 002532-2025 be approved, subject to the property being platted.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any questions, staff, discussion? Is the applicant present?
Applicant's present,
Have
Mr.
anything
Chairman.
you wish to add?
Mr. Chairman, Lou Reynolds, 2727 East 21st Street. The purpose of this amendment, we intend to put a grocery store here. I know that about 18 months ago, before this board, there was an application to put in a mini storage project here, but this is what our purpose is, and we're in agreement with staff, and I'll try to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions, applicant? This is good, thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Anybody else signed up to speak?
Yes, we actually had two, well, they didn't sign up to speak, but we had two persons that signed up that they are in opposition. They asked not to speak, but 2 persons that are in opposition.
right, so anything else? I'll close the public hearing, I guess we're ready for,
Hello,
motion.
I
Did you sign up to speak, sir?
I did, but I might have put, I didn't put the, 251716, I put the comp number on it. So maybe that's why.
What's your name?
My name's Colton J.
Is that on there? So this is the item you signed up to speak?
Yeah, he filled out a pink slip at 4:50. We got here at 4:50.
Well, we got a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, I know, but I gave him his slip to speak. Just let him speak.
And you think you put 6A on there?
No.
I put the, for the
Two
numbers
fives.
on the pink slip, I put the 002532.
But this is the item that you want to talk about.
Yes.
So, you're signed up for opposition or you're for?
Opposition.
Okay, I'll tell you, we'll go ahead and do 3 minutes talk while we're looking at that, so.
Rogers County
You got signed up to
opens
speak,
up
but
with the
well, let's do it. Go ahead, you have 3
Pledge of
minutes, state your
Allegiance,
name
and they have a
and
preacher to come in and say a prayer.
And they didn't do that. I tell you one thing.
Now, this is only gonna work one time tonight, okay?
They will devour this and give him the Muslims will devour this.
I agree.
And they're gonna come after the other man.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Colton J. My address is 6975 South 241st East Avenue, Broken Arrow, directly across the street from where this is rezoning. I live there with my wife Mackenzie and my 2-year-old son Jack. I've spoke with at least 8 of the members along our street and only there at 241st this week. I just wanted to bring up some of the items that we discussed. All of us were in opposition to this, honestly. So the increased traffic, the volume and hours from early morning to late in the evening, pedestrian safety, especially for children and pets, the noise and light pollution. So cars driving by, our road is just a little 2-lane road. I don't think it can take really any more traffic than what it already gets. The bright lights, from a convenience store, grocery store, whatever that may be. And likely those are going to be on 24/7. Property value, I believe that all the surrounding property values would decline, putting sellers and buyers in tough positions. Nearby competition, there's 4 grocery stores, convenience stores, and gas stations within a mile distance. A brand new Quick Trip, Dollar General, Conoco, Peeps, or Mighty Mart within a mile. Quality of life for us, privacy due to just constant come and go from people, increased litter. I am constantly picking up trash bags, wrappers, things like that in my fence line already from just being so close to 71st. Feeling living just more
That's Oklahoma.
commercial rather than
Wind
rural
blows
residential,
trash
where
everywhere. Just like today.
A lot of the people around us have livestock, so welfare of those animals, whether that's just stress from traffic, noise, crowds and things like that, and stormwater runoff with potential for having oil or fuel or gas and things like that, chemicals. Some additional points, like I mentioned, that the road, probably not being good enough for more traffic. The Oneida French doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to a lot of the people on the block. And then another one that I did want to mention, if it had Oneida frontage, I'm directly across the street from that. So in the evening hours and things like that, headlights pulling in and out of that are going to be shining right into the front of our house, right through our windows. There's a couple members in the audience as well that are, who live right next door to me, and it would affect them as well. So that's all I have.
So you're directly across the street, you're on the very east side of it?
Yes, so I'm, okay, so from where Oneida is, I'm the second property right there from 71st. So we own 5 acres there. People just to the north of us, I believe, own 4 acres A lot of, I mean, these are big properties, so we've,
So you're on the east side?
yes, I'm on the east side of Oneida.
Now, I'm trying, I'll have to get the applicant back up here to, and maybe respond in the same here, but wasn't there, on the south side where the mini stores would be, is that part of this now, or is that, so? I guess, let me let the applicant come back. Thank you. Thanks.
No, there's no mini-story component to this project, and roughly speaking, we see this every day in stormwater. Our stormwater will be dealt with under your city stormwater regulations, will all be contained, so we won't have an issue there. With us protecting pedestrians, we'll have to put sidewalks along both Kenosha and Oneida roads, Oneida Road, so we'll be taking care of that. We're a grocery store, not a convenience store.
So you're actually gonna go towards
Yes, sir.
the whole node itself,
Yes.
not just, okay.
That's correct.
That's what I couldn't remember, is what was south, that's where the
Yes, sir.
mini stores.
That's correct. We're a grocery store. We're not a convenience store. Yeah, there's convenience stores all around here, but you go all the way to the other side of the turnpike to get to the Walmart Supercenter for grocery store. And for miles and miles, there's no grocery store. In the traffic, it's a traffic issue that'll be dealt with in our plating, and we've studied this, and traffic's fine. This interchange is already signalized on all four legs to deal with this type of commercial growth. You know, from your zoning regulations, lighting will be dealt with. We will not have any lights cross our property line and get out and get in the
So since it's more of the area than what we see shown right now, you're gonna actually have limits of access, it's gonna have to be off Kenosha Street itself, right?
That's correct.
We're gonna
Well, some on Oneida, but not.
Right.
No,
So
so it
do
should be.
you have an idea where the limits of access is gonna be off Oneida Road itself? He was just talking about the lighting and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have much of an impact on them, but improve the area by having this grocery store there.
We've required 250 feet from that intersection, so it would be a minimum of 250 feet for the ingress egress off Anita.
Okay, so we haven't seen anything, any kind of site plan, rough site plan, we're gonna see where it's gonna be located, the first cuts.
I think it's more of a conceptual plan at this, but it will have to adhere to city ordinance and the engineering standards.
And a lot of the concerns, you know, I don't know how to respond to quality of life on this right now, but a lot of the concerns will be addressed when we go through the engineering documents. So,
That's our process.
Who's we?
well, that would be the city of Broken Arrow engineering staff. So, any other discussion, closing comment?
Someone needs to ask them to speak up.
So, is this the first time some of the staff had a chance to see this plan?
We did not receive this prior to the meeting.
Okay, is this something you would like to see before, or would you rather us make a motion on it tonight?
It's fine to make a motion.
Okay. Well, I'll close the public hearing, I'm just ready for any discussion.
Hi, Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve items 6A 25-17, 16 per staff recommendation.
I'll second, so we have a motion, second, have a roll call vote.
Mindy Payne? No. Jonathan Thompson?
Yes.
Julie Butler?
Yes.
Jason Cohen?
No.
Robert Morrison?
Yes. Okay, that'll go before the city council, January 20th, right here at 6:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And you'll have a chance to present this to the city council. You might get it to them a little bit sooner, so they have a chance to look at it. If that makes sense.
He must be a lawyer.
We're recommending bodies, so we can go to the city council for us. Next item on the agenda is item number 6B, 26-82.
Public hearing consideration possible action regarding PUD 002490-2025 planned unit development and BAZ 002489-2025 rezoning for American Storage of BA approximately 24.9 acres A1 agricultural to PUD planned unit development located west of the Creek Turnpike, east of South 209th East Avenue, or north of 37th Street, and north of East Houston Street, east 81st Street.
Rebecca, excuse me for a moment. Can y'all please be quiet out there a little bit, thanks.
A rezoning request, BAZ 002489-2025 is proposing to change the zoning on this property from A1 agricultural to PUD 002490-2025 for commercial heavy CH and industrial light IL base zonings to allow for retail, warehouse, office space, and storage development to the north and mini storage development to the south. Commercial heavy is allowable in level 6 of the comprehensive plan, and industrial light is possible when done in the context of a PUD or planned unit development. Surrounding land uses, according to the comprehensive plan, are as follows. To the north is level 6 in the comprehensive plan with a current zoning of A1 with a special use permit 164. It is a house of worship. East is also slated to be level 6. According to the comprehensive plan, it is currently agricultural and undeveloped. South is also slated to be level 6 in the comprehensive plan. Current zoning is agricultural, also undeveloped. West is also level 6 in the comprehensive plan. It is currently agricultural and undeveloped. Based on the comprehensive plan, the location of this property and the surrounding land uses, staff recommends that BAZ 002489-2025 be approved subject to the property being platted, and PUD-002490-2025 be approved as submitted.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any questions, discussion, staff? Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? I thought I saw him in there a minute ago. Thank you, applicant, we'll give a chance for Rock to sit out there.
I'm gonna pray they open that up.
Rebecca, I'm gonna have a question about the landscaping from A versus B. Do you want me to wait and let the applicant, do you want to respond to any of it? Or do you want to wait?
Yeah, if we can wait, we can both try to tag team and answer any questions.
It's pretty bad if you're an applicant and you're not in this room.
Do I?
That's pretty stupid to be an applicant and not be in this room.
Is that Nathan Dawn over there? No. What's it about?
We've been waiting on the applicant for about 20 minutes.
Are you ready on the present, the staff already do it?
No,
Yes.
It's your turn.
Oh, okay.
Anything you wish to add on this? Well, let me ask you about the landscape. Go ahead. Let me name and address for the record, please.
Nicole Watts, Wallace Design Collective, 123 Martin Jr. Boulevard, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We agree with staff's recommendations for approval.
I was just curious about the landscape. On landscaping A versus landscaping B, I guess the landscaping A, I think, has the 50-foot along the turnpike.
Yes.
Okay, and landscape in area B does not, it only has a 10-foot, I think. What was the reason for not having the same amount for that area? Because both of it run along the creek turnpike. I was just curious.
Because the development area B is for mini storages, and so we were trying to provide an extra buffer for the mini storages than for the north east lot, that was more, industrial.
Right, but see, so even though it's not abutting the creek turnpike on the area A, it will still be back to more to the west side, right? So you'll have that open field, and I guess you can have a detention area out there.
We will have a detention out there, and it's got,
So even though we don't have landscape
we have a
buffer,
50-foot landscape buffer along the entire length of the, turnpike.
so are there gonna be trees in it too?
Yes.
For both A
Yes.
and B? I guess I misread it then.
I believe so, because we show on exhibit E,
I didn't read it that way, but maybe I misread
let
it.
me.
You need to close that door.
I can't hear anything.
Landscape buffer shall be provided along the southern boundary of development area E. Table, PUD. Keep going. Yeah, right here, that bottom.
I'm right behind him.
Area A and B.
Excuse me.
The intention is to provide the same landscape screening and buffer for A and B along the turnpike.
I just read the tables in in area A, landscape buffer, which is different.
We can clarify that, but that was the intention,
Okay,
and
good.
if you look at the exhibit, you see 50 foot on both sides, so.
I mean, it's not a problem with the detention area and subsequently, not what it is out there right now. You still way past it, you'll still see something. I'm just curious about it.
Yeah, no, that was the intention, so we can clarify that if we need to.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion? All right, thank you. Did anybody sign up to speak?
I'll make a motion to approve item 6B per staff recommendations.
I'll second. Have a motion second, have a roll call vote.
Randy Bates,
Yes.
Jonathan Townsend.
Yes.
Haley Blessa,
Yes.
Jason Cohen,
Yes.
Robert Lawrenson.
Yeah. Again, that'll go before the city council on January 20th, right here at 6:30. I didn't say it. Well, I'm sure it's pretty busy out there. All right, I've been asked to read the statement again. They want my voice to go up at the end of the meeting. So, basically what I'm gonna tell you right now is, try not to repeat the same thing over and over again. People are gonna come in here and we need to talk about the things that are relevant to what we're looking at, what we're deciding on tonight, and that's the traffic, transportation for these items. You got your landscaping, you got your noise levels, traffic control, I think, just things like that. So try not to repeat the same thing over and over that the previous speaker said, otherwise it's gonna be all night. I think we got 70 people signed up to talk. More than that. So you got 3 minutes each, so we'll be here about 3 hours. So that's what we're here, that's what we're deciding on tonight, based on land use code.
And I would just like to add that if there are people, that the person before you just said something that you were gonna say the exact same thing, you can just come up and state your name and then mention that you agree with the previous person or another person. You can say ditto. The other thing I just wanted to share is, people do get passionate about many subjects, and we just have to know that we all have a right to disagree in our own opinion and to speak of our opinion. So there may be some people that disagree with what you're saying or what you believe. Please keep it down and allow them the opportunity to speak the same way that you were given an opportunity to speak. Okay, so we'll just be respectful. Thank you.
Yep, and that's what I was gonna say, when you come up to speak, remember, you're talking to us, up here, the planning commission, you're not talking to the audience, okay? So you need to talk to us, okay? All right, you wanna cover the item, staff?
This is public hearing, consideration, and possible action regarding BAZ 002469, 2025 rezoning, and SP 002526, 2025 conditional use permit, Islamic Center of Tulsa, 15.06 acres, agricultural and floodplain to commercial general and floodplain. located approximately 1/2 mile north of Tucson Street, under 21st Street, just east of Olive Avenue, also known as under 29th East Avenue. BAZ 002469-2025 is a request to change the zoning designation of 15.08 acres from agricultural to commercial general and floodplain. The property is located approximately 1/2 mile north of Tucson Street and just east of Olive Avenue, 129th East Avenue. The Creek Turnpike and its interchange with Olive Avenue is north of this property. The proposed development will have access from Olive Avenue. This property is comprehensive plan level 6, which supports a rezoning to commercial general, CG. The proposed development includes a commercial retail center along the frontage of the property. The Islamic Center in the center portion, the rear portion of the property is partially floodplain and is planned for a retention pond and vacant land. A conditional use permit for a place of assembly is also part of this item for consideration. Parking requirements for places of assembly are 1 parking space per 4 seats in assembly area, or 1 parking space per 100 square feet in meeting areas without seats. The conceptual development layout details 726 total parking spaces. However, the final number will be determined and approved in the site plan review process for both the Islamic Center and the retail development. Surrounding land uses, zoning, and comprehensive plan. The surrounding properties contain the following uses along with the following development guide and zoning designations. To the north, it is level 6 and Greenway floodplain. Its zoning is agricultural and the land use is currently vacant. To the east, it is level 6 and zoned agricultural and the land use is currently vacant. To the south, it is level 3 and Greenway floodplain. The zoning is agricultural and its current use is for a place of assembly. To the west is level 6 and level 3. The zoning is agricultural and its current land use is a single family residence and vacant land, also in addition to that. According to FEMA's National Flood Hazard Layer, the rear portion of the property features an area of 100-year floodplain. That area is planned to remain undeveloped currently. All developments will follow floodplain development requirements as set forth by the City of Broken Arrow and FEMA. Based upon the comprehensive plan, the location of the property, and the surrounding land uses, staff recommends that BAZ 002469-2025 and SP 002526-2025 be approved subject to the property being platted.
All right, thanks, Jose. Any questions on staff discussion? I would like to have, for kind of what Jason was getting at a while ago, if you got, you probably got some rowdy in you right now, so if you're gonna get rowdy, I will recess the meeting, and we'll wait for 5-10 minutes, whatever it takes, till everybody settles down, then we'll reconvene and start over. So that means it may go into a lot later through the night, so if that makes sense to you guys, so just try to be calm and relaxed. So, does the applicant present? You have anything you wish to add? I bet you do.
Amazing how many people turn out to see a grocery store rezone, right?
That's right. And yours is in the way, right?
Yeah.
We'll need to name and address for the record, please.
I am Rick Brown. I'm the architect representing the Tulsa Islamic Association. And my address is 521 West Wilshire, City. Our practice is in Oklahoma City, Dallas, and New York. We're a small boutique firm, and we do a lot of different things, but we have, over the last 10 to 12 years, done a number of Islamic projects, whether they're mosques or, family center additions. And this is one of those. It's in an agriculturally zoned area currently. It's next to another assembly, as talked about, but it's a church. So there's a precedent for the type of occupancy that we're going to propose here. Phase 1 of the project will be the prayer hall and some support functions. Phase 2 would be finishing out the second floor with classrooms and the women's prayer area. And then the next phase of actual construction would be adding the gym in a place that fits in between what would be the phase one. We know that with a conditional special use permit that we can build the mosque in agricultural zoning, but we also have about 20,000 square foot retail / office kind of structure that fronts onto Olive Street. So that won't happen immediately. It's projected for some time in the future that the commercial zoning would be required for that. So
you're saying that commercial is way down the line compared to?
yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is. I don't think the area is ready for it first off, and when it is, you know.
I'm gonna interrupt you, Mr. Brown, because that was a question I had to staff, and I don't know if you're positive to answer this right now, but if they were to be approved with the zoning change, and if they were to be approved with the, I'm not saying they're going to, if they were to be approved for the conditional use permit, would the timeline actually start just on the mosque itself, or for the conditional use permit? Because don't you have like 2 years to be under the structure or active, where it expires and they have to come back before planning commission? So, but that's not gonna be related to the commercial and the retail, correct?
No, they would have to, the rezoning would be subject to the plat. So they would have to plat the property before the zoning goes into effect. If they do not act on the use permit.
Could you please speak up?
That's right.
And that's construction, right? 'Cause I think what it says in the ordinance is like actually or something.
Could you speak up, please? We can't hear you back here. I'm sorry.
Will do.
They would have to be actively seeking the permits.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I just stated that they'd have to actively be seeking permits.
I still can't hear you. Can you hear her?
Okay.
So that's the essentially the concept site plan that's up on the screen now. You can see the overall facility. The prayer hall is, you know, in the neighborhood of 39,000 square feet. Initial construction would be about 24,000 square feet. The future retail you can see is about 20,000 square feet up on the front. We show 600 some odd parking spaces. The mosque will hold at full capacity about that many people. I know that that's more than the city allows. I'm sure that's something that will create a lot of dialogue during the site plan approval phase, and you know, we're open to studying that, although there are, you know, times on Fridays when their services are, and during Ramadan that they will absolutely fill those parking spaces. 99% of the time it won't. There will be, you know, only a handful of people there for daily prayers, and on Fridays there's a lot more people on Friday afternoons, but that's actually a pretty good time. It doesn't conflict with the church next door, and so, you know, we really don't think traffic will be a problem out there.
Well, that's interesting. I do a lot of interrupting, so I'm gonna interrupt you. Sure. They're keeping the clock going, so they're stopping it for me to ask a question. But I want to ask it now before I forget. The transportation, the traffic control itself, the traffic that you expect out there. A lot of people are going to bring up the concern with the traffic going down Olive Street, up and down Olive Street, and I understand that. So what, can you tell us about the hours of operation, and when is the peak traffic occurring at leaving or entering or leaving this facility through the week?
Typically, the only really busy time is on Friday afternoon, and I think that's 1 or 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock on Friday, so yeah, so 1 o'clock on Friday is when the big crowd will be there. Other times during the week, there'll be a handful of people for daily prayers. You know, not a lot. Okay. So there will be on Fridays a security guard to direct traffic. That's typical. So, like many churches do, they have a security guard on staff to direct traffic. And that's really the layout. It's pretty simple. I know there are a lot of people who will protest because it's a mosque. I understand that. Grew up a Baptist kid in Dallas, Texas, so, I get where people are coming from. But, I think for the purposes of what we're doing tonight, it's a zoning issue. There's a church next to us, and that's really what we have to focus on. So,
Well, and there's gonna be a lot of questions. There are a lot of things that are gonna come up, and a lot of things that there will be some repeats. And so I know another item that's gonna be discussed is I think it's called call for praying, okay? The noise that might occur on that. Can you tell us about that?
Sure.
And say it kind of loud so everybody can hear you, because that's what
they're very quiet. I don't think.
Now see, this is the stuff you don't want to do, okay? Because you're just gonna prolong it, because I'm not interrupted and say be quiet, so go ahead.
All of the prayers are within the walls of the mosque, and I can't imagine that it's any louder than any Christian church that I've been in. I mean, their prayers, when they pray, are very, very silent. So I don't know of anything that happens there that would create any kind of noise nuisance.
So there will not be any external speakers,
No.
loud chimes, anything like that?
No, there's not. There's nothing that will broadcast the message or anything outside the walls of the building.
Okay, and see, from what I did my own research, they actually, and I don't know anything about it really other than what I read on the internet and stuff, so they aren't gonna be inside broadcasting certain thing on speakers like Jerry was saying, where you can hear it all over.
Yeah, that's something that we saw online, and maybe it happens other places, but my understanding, I'm not really familiar with the ones in Tulsa, but don't they have a similar setup and design to where it's not heard outdoors?
Yeah, I can't imagine why it would ever be heard.
Yeah, kind of address that.
One of those,
go to the
this
mosque.
is a point of topic and discussion that I knew we would get into, we would be a little premature. So I know he's going to help me present, but at the same time, I also don't want us to get stuck on this yet. I know we're gonna have a lot of people who bring it up, so.
Well, I would also note that the city has a noise ordinance.
Right.
A noise ordinance
Amplified noise.
to regulate any type of noise.
But a lot of this stuff I wanna go ahead and bring up, because these people you're gonna wanna come up and you're gonna ask about it, and maybe, hey, I heard something that I don't really need to talk about, or maybe I wanna add something to it, so go ahead. State
My
your
name is Aslam Syed, and I live at 7132 East 86th Street in Tulsa. And I attend the prayers, 2 out of the 5 daily prayers at the Islamic Society of Tulsa, which is in the neighborhood behind Sam's Club on 44th and Sheridan.
Irvington Street, I think it is.
Irvington Street, yes, and that's exactly at 4630 South Irvington Avenue. So, and I'm also part of the leadership there, and we don't have, for the past 25 years, we've never even thought about finding a speaker outside, and we've never had this problem. We live in a neighborhood. The mosque is in a neighborhood surrounded by all the residential houses, and nobody has ever complained about that. So, this is next to a church, and the other side is a turnpike, so I don't imagine.
Well, that's good to hear, because there was a lot of comments on social media and stuff addressing that. I'm sure a lot of people have a concern out there, and I'm not saying it's gonna be approved, but maybe that could be something in the motion also, if it was for approval, to include something else. I know there's noise ordinance, but actually, since it is a conditional use permit, the city council can create other development standards in that, correct? Correct. So, okay, anyway, correct.
Yeah, and if there's anything else that is gonna be, it's gonna be a concern of people driving fast or something like that, but we try to control all of that. We try to keep our messaging where do not bother your neighbors, do not be, doing anything that is hurtful to the neighbors. And, we've demonstrated this for the last 25 years in Tulsa, and we've outgrown that space. And these are all, the questions that were raised online on different forums were where's the money coming from and all that. I mean, irrelevant to this hearing, but I'm just here to say that this is all the doctors, engineers, and everybody else, whoever is here in Tulsa, the Muslim community, they have raised this money 10 years ago to purchase this land, and we didn't have funds to build anything for the past 10 years. And now we're embarking on it because we collected some money from our own people. So this
See, I thought y'all purchased it 14 years ago or so.
2014 is when we purchased it.
Okay. And you're waiting to get money together to build
That's
one?
right, yes, yeah, and it was a slow collection, as you can imagine, you know, we're just a few thousand people around in Tulsa, so it just took time, but eventually with the different populations migrating, I think, there's more influx and now we need a second place of worship, as.
So you're gonna have both active then,
Both are active.
so you're not moving operations from Irvington to this one?
Yeah, it's gonna be a relief for that location in Tulsa, that we're gonna be dividing up the number of people, because the people of Broken Arrow, the Muslims who live in Broken Arrow, they're all driving up to the Tulsa Mosque, and so, especially in Ramadan, that's where we see the problem, and now this will relieve us from that parking pressure. Plus, the Islamic Society of Tulsa, we've got 380 parking spaces, and we're accommodating all the people from Tulsa, Broken Arrow, Jinx, and even from up north from Owasso. But now with this, with the 700 or almost 700 parking spaces in the second center, we imagine that at least for the next 20 years, we will not have any parking issues.
Now, the one on Irvington's gated, isn't it?
It is.
Will this one be gated also, fenced and gated also?
Eventually, yes, the furnace permit.
Okay, so down the road to do that?
Because the one in Irvington did not have the gate, did not have the fence in the beginning. We added it about 15 years ago, I think. Yeah. Yep, that's all I got.
We still got a couple of minutes left, if I can throw in a couple of more questions, but my understanding is, you're the architect. Does that mean that we aren't gonna get really any specific information on the commercial development tonight, or do we have anyone who can speak to
That
it?
hasn't been, we haven't even discussed it, other than the site plan piece of it, to say that, yeah, at some point in the future, we'd like to have that
Okay.
fronting the main street, but as far as the way it looks, we haven't discussed that.
And that would be the only tax revenue for the city of Broken Arrow, right? Commercial, correct? So.
And I ask questions about that, but perhaps we're not quite there yet on that section of it, but thank you again for both for your explanations, especially yours on the peak of traffic times, because I don't want to assume that everyone knows, everyone in here right now knows when Mosque peak traffic takes place. I personally wasn't really aware until just here recently. And I appreciate you speaking to that. But also I wanted to ask you, since you are an architect, how do you feel about you mentioned there would be phases in this project would be developed in, but I've seen phases get paused, I've seen phases fizzle out, and things get halfway done for a while, and all of a sudden it becomes a public nuisance, and it's an eyesore. So, what can you say to that, and any concerns that people might have, saying, hey, if it is going, how do they make sure it goes smoothly?
That's a really good question, because the Islamic community builds everything out of pocket. They don't go to the bank and get a loan, so that everything they have is paid for by the time it's built. I have done, I guess this is 12 now, most of them in North Texas. This is the first one in Oklahoma that I've done, but all of the ones that we've done previously have done the same thing. They'll start, with the money they have on hand, and they've, been collecting money for this for a while. But once they start construction on what we're calling phase one, which will look like a nice finished product, that will in turn generate a lot of donations for the remainder of it. They, like anybody else, they begin to donate money when they see progress being made.
Right.
And that's just our general human nature. So I have yet to be involved in one that didn't collect the money by the time the project was complete.
So,
And I mean several phases of the project.
so I'm curious, do you have the money to complete phase one?
I don't know what their funding is at this point, Howard.
We are in the process of collecting that. We don't have it at this time.
So yeah.
But
So
you
you've got
have
a
the
percentage of
pledge.
We
it.
have, yes, we have the pledges, and we are looking to start when, I mean, our timing is to match when the architecture and the civil engineering is done. By the time, if at least we got 50% of the construction cost, is when we're going to start.
But what I understand is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you have 2 years to actually activate, get something going out there. Otherwise, for the mosque itself, for this conditional use permit to be active. Otherwise, it expires and you have to come before the planning commission again. If you waited if it was approved and you waited 3 years, no, it's expired, so you'd have to come before the board again.
I think we're, yeah. Right.
Okay.
I mean, we waited 10 years, and we're gonna start only when we have something.
And I would like to say again, since that conceptual layout's been up there for quite a while now tonight, that even though we see that we're not locked into that. Okay, tonight we're hearing a zoning issue, and we're also hearing a conditional unit, conditional use permit. I'm getting mixed up from the old one. So we have a CUP, I'm gonna call it, which is SP, but anyway, so we have zoning and we have the conditional use permit. We aren't really looking at a rendering or anything like that, other than they did provide that out of courtesy. But that doesn't mean we're locked into what you're seeing on this aerial right now. I just want everybody to know that in case, if it was approved, I'm not saying it's going to be, if it was approved, 3 years from now, it may look something different. That's because they may have changed their design when they went through the engineering process. I just want everybody to know that. So, go ahead.
Great. Well, I don't want to, belabor our presentation, but, this is our schematic. The plan is not to disturb the limits of the floodplain in the back. We don't want to deal with that right now. There may come a time in the future where there might be some expansion back there. I don't know. There's no plans for that. So it is on a septic system, so we'll have to have septic out there. So we'll have our own sewer system out there. The building will be sprinkled. Fire department has and will have great access. So I think all of the technical components will be either are met or will be met when we go through the site planning phase with the civil engineers. And detention, if it's required, will also provide.
About 20 minutes, 10 minutes. So we'll go ahead and open this up. We have a lot of people who want to talk, and so I'm sure there'll be some items you wish to talk about. Whatever questions. So bear with us for about 3 hours, so we'll give you a shot at here in a little bit.
Hopefully it's not too late for me to drive back home to Oklahoma City. So.
So again, I do want to mention again, to just let you know that we got 2 items for us tonight. We got the zoning. They want to go from the agriculture and flood to CG, commercial general, to flood. So that CG allows that retail to be off Olive Street, and the conditional use permit, I keep getting them mixed up. That is associated with the mosque itself that they're asking for. So those are 2 separate items. So my recommendation would be for us tonight, whether it's approved or denied, would be to make 2 separate motions. One for the zoning to approve or deny, and if it's denied, I don't think you have to worry about the conditional use permit. But if you approve of the zoning, then I would recommend it a separate motion for the mosque, if that's what you want to do, the conditional use permit.
Ask a question.
If you get the microphone. They gotta hear you back there.
If for some reason it was not approved, we would also have to have a conditional use permit to build the mosque in agricultural.
Right.
So since that's a separate vote, could that not go ahead and be granted with
It
the,
possibly could. I would have to ask staff if that conditional use permit for this use could fall under the AG itself as is. I would have to double check on that. I don't have the chart.
I mean, it's a standalone issue as I understand it, so I would think that it would be applicable.
The only reason why I was
to
thinking
either
they ought to be separate and that the conditional use permit should not piggyback is if the zoning was approved or denied, there wouldn't be a use on the conditional use permit unless we are going to do it for the AG. And I don't know if we would want to continue that or let it come back. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we would like that if we could get the conditional use permit done, whether it passes or not. I think the biggest thing that would be different about whether it passed or not is that retail piece at the front.
But us taking action on the zoning request, whether it's approved or denied, allows you to move on to the city council, whether since we're a recommending body, whether it goes within approval, recommended for approval. Or if we deny it, you can appeal it to the city council. So it doesn't slow down the train, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
hope I said that right.
But yeah, I think that it makes some sense that whether it passed or did not, to go ahead and vote either pass or fail on the conditional use permit, because that would be required in the agricultural zoning to build it as well.
So then you agree or in agreement that they should probably two different motions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have no plans on tying into the city sewer at all?
Well, no, because there's no city sewer anywhere close to us. I mean, I want to say it's Jose's here. I think it's like 1,900 feet or 1,200 feet or something from us.
From my recollection, I think the closest sewer infrastructure is towards the south on Tucson, 131st. There is some development taking place, of course, with the trails at Aspen Creek, if I remember correctly. That apartment complex has some sewer facilities. There's potential for development of the parcel to the west of that, so in between that apartment complex and this parcel that's under consideration today. There's some potential for that property being developed in the near future. As a part of that development, they would have to, of course, also build out the sewer system for that development. It's a potential single-family residential development. However, whether or not that infrastructure will be accessible to the mosque, that will depend on that development itself, on how they develop it. So yeah, so there currently is no sanitary sewer within close to the access roads.
So our plan is to use septic. Now, we'll keep in touch with any development, like Jose said, that's going on adjacent to us. So if there's some potential to share cost and get city sewer, we'd love to do that.
But that shouldn't be a showstopper, so.
No, it's not.
The city standard is any sewers and free use.
All right, thanks a lot. All right, so I guess we'll open the public hearing, and Jaylee, since I'm not a very good reader, she's gonna actually call the names, right? We have a bunch of, what, 300 or 400? We have a bunch of people that wanna speak. You have 3 minutes to talk, whether you're for it or against it, and she'll call your name, and I guess you have one, you call the second name, for somebody on deck or something?
Yes, I will, yeah, I'll explain it to them. So, I will read those email, well, I won't read the emails, but just for starters, the city of Broken Arrow had a total of 68 calls. They had 150 emails, 6 in favor, 144 in opposition. They had, please hold on the call. They had several people sign up not to speak, 45 in favor, 177 opposed. Please do not applaud. Thank you. So that whole stack is, they don't want to talk, for in favor and opposed. Now I have the other stack, and the way this works is I'm going to call the first person's name, then I'm going to call a person that's on deck. So those out in the hallway, And those in the overflow room, please be listening for your name. So if you are on deck, you can start moving this way. So the first person that wished to speak and in favor is Phil Armstrong. The person on deck, which would come after Phil, is Muhammad, and I am so sorry if I mispronounce names, Atis Sam. So the first person, if you would come forward, Phil Armstrong.
Where do you want on deck to be positioned?
They could just come anywhere in here, just someplace close. And Phil, you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
So I will say I hear some noise. Somebody got their cell phone watching TV or something, or what's going on? I hear, y'all hear that?
Right there.
Well, we have to, we'll shut the door, just so we, I don't want to cause a bunch of interruptions, so if you got any things going on, we'll shut the door if you're outside, or we'll just have your room, or leave the room.
So Muhammad, I do not see you coming in, so if you are here and present, please start moving forward. Mr. Armstrong, the floor is yours.
Good evening, my name is Phil Armstrong, address 2219 East 11th Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Phil Armstrong, President and CEO of OCCJ, an organization that has existed in Oklahoma since 1958, formerly known as the National Conference of Christians and Jews. Prior to this current position, I was the founding director of the Greenwood Rising Black Wall Street History Center that was opened in June of 2021 in historic Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I became quite attuned to building a structure that stoked a wide array of emotions and controversy. Since its opening, over 150,000 people from around this state, country, and from around the world have not only come to learn about the tragic events of May 31st, 1921, but the faith, hope, and resilience of a community that turned tragedy into a triumph. Today, I'm asking you to see this project not just as bricks and mortar, but also as a symbol of who we are and who we aspire to be, and that is community. Our Muslim neighbors are already part of the heartbeat of this community we call Green Country. They are teachers, doctors, business owners, and parents. They volunteer in our schools, they serve in our hospitals, and they contribute to the strength of our economy. Yet many of them lack an adequate and modern space to gather to worship and celebrate life's milestones. Imagine a place where families share meals across cultural lines, where conversations replace misconceptions. That is what this center promises: a home for dialogue, understanding, and friendship. Approving this project sends a message that says the city of Broken Arrow is a city where diversity is not a challenge to overcome, but a strength to embrace. At a time when headlines often divide us, you have the chance to write a different story, one of unity, compassion, and hope. The free exchange of ideas, something that Charlie Kirk espoused, is not just a principle, it is a lifeblood of a thriving community. This center will be a place where ideas, cultures, and friendship flow freely. This mosque and community center will not only serve Muslims, it will serve us all. And I say that as an ordained Christian minister, serving as an associate at Metropolitan Baptist Church of Tulsa. So I ask you from the heart to approve this project. Let's choose understanding over fear, love over division. Let's build something that future generations will look and say, this is what community looks like. Thank you for your time and for considering what this means, not just for today, but for the future that we share. Thank you.
I do have a sheet that was marked, do not wish to speak and wish to speak. So Sean Murray, since Muhammad did not show, Sean Murray, are you available and did you want to speak?
Thanks for speaking so loud. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're moving on. So next person is going to be Cherie Thomas. And then the person after her on deck is going to be Colby Palmer. So Cherie Thomas. Or if Colby Palmer gets here first, you can come.
Are you Colby?
Thank you.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm Colby.
Go ahead, Colby. So Cherie Thomas is on deck.
You all do, by the way, you do not have to say your address when you come up to speak.
Okay, that's actually, that was my first question.
Yeah, just say your name and thank you.
Anyway, my name is Colby Palmer. I've lived in Broken Arrow as long as I can remember. Like many of you, I was raised in a Christian household and understand the importance of religious freedom for the people here in Oklahoma. Many hardworking Oklahomans from many religious backgrounds, whether they be Christian, Jew, Muslim, or any other religion. I've met many members of Tulsa's Muslim community. They're kind, charitable. They're a kind, charitable, and peace-loving community.
You did a good job. Take a breath.
Thank you. Who have proven that they are willing to come out and help support the entire community. Even though I may not be Muslim, I still support their right to practice their religion the same way I support yours or anyone else's here. Should we not support each other's freedom regardless of their religious beliefs? I say yes. Love thy neighbor applies to people of all faiths.
Thank you.
You did a good job.
Okay, so Cherie Thomas, please, and next on deck is going to be Nathan Forrest. Oh, okay. You will be on deck.
You can go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Cherie.
Just state your name for it, please.
Yes, please.
I have much of a voice today, sorry. My name is Sherry Thomas, 1116 North Highland Drive, Broken Arrow. Thank you for letting us speak. We do not need or want another Dearborn, Michigan no-go zone or Epic City, which is East Plano Islamic Center near Plano, Texas. In Islam, this is a symbolic claiming or taking over. It is not simply a building, but an attempt to establish a mini epic city in Broken Arrow. These are not simply immigrants. Islam rejects our laws, our culture, and our customs. By their own writings, their intent is to take over and impose their laws, Sharia, not assimilate and embrace or comply to our constitution or our culture. Islam is completely incompatible with our constitution. Please do not embrace PC, woke abdication of our responsibilities as citizens and have common sense discernment of the Islamic ideology and put a stop to this. Or, like Germany, we will acquiesce and allow this to destroy us and our culture in time. The job of our government, you, our leaders, is to protect its citizens, our culture, our legal interests, citizens' rights and freedoms, not to pander to those hostile to our Constitution. By their own writings, they're hostile invaders. Let us be kind and share the love of Jesus with these people, but we must be strong and stand up for our culture, our laws, and our history.
Amen.
As Elon Musk said, if tolerance means the end of Western civilization, we cannot be tolerant. This may seem alarmist, but be aware of Islamic teaching and history. Let us not be like a frog that was slowly boiled to death by our naivety or apathy. This is a Christian nation. Islam is incompatible with Christianity. Islam is incompatible with our Constitution.
Amen. Now, if you remember what I said earlier, we need to keep, that's kind of stuff really we're not looking at for the zoning change, the conditional use permit, okay? We're looking at land use. Is this for the land use itself? Is it good for the land use change? Is it like the traffic, the drainage, things like that, okay? The other stuff, that's not what we're looking at tonight, so I tell you that.
All right, so coming up is gonna be Sean Murray, and on deck is Nathan Forrest.
Islam means submit, and lots of people don't want to submit to this idea, this way of life that they espouse in their religion. There's been a lot of talk about the issues like, can we, you know, do we have sewage, the crowds that are there, but that's, I think most of these people are here because it's a cultural issue, and we don't want that imposed on our kids. I have a daughter who's 15 years old. I don't want this ideology imposed on her. It is unconstitutional. They have a sworn oath. If you look at any of the documentation in any of the Muslim countries, they are not open to, you know, this idea that we're trying to pretend exists, where we're open to everybody's way of life, and we're just gonna kumbaya all together and get along. They're sworn against our ideas, and I think that's what most of the people here are supporting is that they don't want the cultural change here, and if they don't, I'm one of those people, because like the lady said before, it is incompatible with our Constitution. If you're for women's rights, that's out the window. I know there's several women here on the board, and Islam does not support the rights of women at all. So, yeah, that's why I stand against it. There's lots of things that we might be able to make happen on a logistical plane. Like, yeah, we might be able to get sewage and all that stuff, but I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it's the cultural impact that this will have on our community, and I think 90% of these people here probably are not for that, and I think that ought to be taken into consideration, since it's the constituents that the city council is supposed to be supporting, and that's not, this kind of ideology doesn't back up a Christian religion. I'm a Christian, and they're completely opposed to this. I think the lawyer that spoke at first said something about, in the past 25 years, there hasn't been a problem with a specific mosque, but I think a lot of people remember a lot of problems that have come about due to Islam in the last 25 years. And I don't think people want that in our community. Amen. Thank you.
Okay. Nathan.
Can I say something?
Well, I'm getting ready to say something.
Okay, so. Go ahead.
No, I'm getting ready to say something, Mr. Brown. The kind of stuff that was just mentioned, the last two speakers, and I'll tell you right now, there's nothing in the ordinance that I know of, and I don't think the attorney's gonna find anything that says whether we can rule approve or deny based on what you were just saying. I mean, that's your beliefs, and we understand that. But we have to have something solid that's in our zoning ordinance for us to deny or approve. And right now, we're not hearing it. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, is based on just your belief that what you see on social media and stuff like that, it doesn't work for what we're doing. What it needs to be is things, again, and I'm not gonna read the list again, but it needs to be related to the land use itself. Is it compatible? The use, not the type of the individuals, what they speak, or anything like that. Does that make, no, does that make sense what I'm saying there? Think about it. We have to be able to, it's gotta be something, I can't think of the word, tangible that we could use, not just what you're reading on Facebook, things like that.
Okay.
So if you find something in the zoning ordinance that says, hey, they can't do that because of this, we don't think you should do it, we'll listen to that.
Mr. Chairman,
No, you'll have to wait, we'll call your name.
Yes. Okay, so right now, I'm not seeing Nathan Forrest, so next person in line is Gabriel McGlindy. First on deck after Gabriel is going to be Mercedes Clayline. Come on ahead, Mercedes. You can come ahead and speak. And then after that, it's going to be Randall Stickney. please state your name, please?
Hi, my name is Mercedes Levine. I was raised Christian Southern Baptist out in the country near a small town called Carrollton, Oklahoma. I went to school in Cleveland, Oklahoma. I graduated valedictorian as a member of the National Honor Society and received full scholarship to attend Oklahoma State University. It was at university that I met people for the first time who practiced different religions than the one that I grew up with. I learned that these people were not hateful or evil. They were just different. They just practiced their religion differently than my family did. Now some of my best friends are Muslim. The people who have shown me the most kindness in my adult life have been the Muslims living in Broken Arrow.
What you said has got nothing to do with the hearing.
Let's see. It's okay. What does this have to do with
Muslims are people. They can be kind or cruel. They can be rich or poor. Sorry.
No, that's right.
Oh, look at that.
How biased can you get?
How biased can you get?
They can be fat or skinny, white or brown, just like Christians. There are black Christians, white Christians, brown Christians, Christians from all walks of life in many different countries. And the same is true for Muslims. In America, we believe in freedom of religion. I believe that Muslims deserve a place of worship, just like Christians. We live in a place where there's a Christian church on every corner. According to various sources, there are somewhere between 800 Christian churches in the Tulsa metro area, and yet our city has only 10 mosques. This is not equality. Why should Muslims living in Broken Arrow have to drive all the way to Tulsa in order to attend a service, while Christians are able to attend any church in their neighborhood because there's one on every corner? What kind of freedom do we have if we are not allowed to worship whatever religion we want to worship? Do we have freedom of religion in this country? Or is this freedom only reserved for the practices of Christianity and nothing else? This is a blatant double standard and deserves to be challenged. I am not Muslim, but I stand with the Muslim community here in Broken Arrow and believe they deserve the same rights as every other American. Thank you.
Okay, so, we need Gabriel McLenzy, then Randall Stickney on deck, and then after Randall will be Phil Byers. Phil Byers.
I'm sorry.
Okay, state your name, please.
Gabrielle McKinley. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns about this matter. The world has recently borne witness to the emergence of a new geopolitical phenomenon that is the declaration of Islamic State by specific Islamic organizations. Examples include the Taliban's proclamation of a state subject to Sharia law in Afghanistan in the 1990s, Hamas rule in the Gaza Strip in 2006, Boko Haram's declaration in the Islamic Caliphate in Nigeria in 2014, and ISIS declaration of an Islamic Caliphate in large portions of the notions of Iraq and Syria. All of these ignored political borders and laws of the nation, and instead of simply declared their own separate state under rule and authority of Islam. These Islamic states are, after claiming they're terrorists, then utilize this area or region. They have claimed to achieve the social, legal, religious, financial, and moral control over all who live within that claimed territory. The tactics that these organizations have used is first immigrate, then reproduce, drive out resistance by playing calls of prayer for all hours, by being ungovernable, and various other means. Islam believes that Sharia law is the supreme set of governing rules regardless of any local, state, or federal law. Recently, the Oklahoma Supreme Court struck down an attempt by religious groups and political groups who attempted to sneak various items into social studies curriculum. My question is, for this body, is if Islamic Mosque is not forthcoming about its agenda and is found to be attempting to bring in Sharia law in order to subvert the local, state, and federal laws, what can be and what will be done about this?
Thank you. Okay, Randall Stickney.
Good job.
So we'll need your name, but before you get started, what do you think, just name for the record, but do you have anything related to city zoning code, the land use itself, noise, lighting, traffic, anything like that? Or is it just gonna be your opinion and beliefs on Muslims or whatever?
What it's gonna be is me exercising my right as a citizen.
Yay!
Those points will be addressed.
And you can,
yeah,
huh?
That didn't answer your question.
Right, and you can say that, but it
those
doesn't.
points will be addressed.
But really, what you're saying there is not gonna sway my decision one way or the other, because you're just giving me your belief.
Well, I don't have to live with you, you have to live with you.
Yeah, I'm good, that's fine.
Well, he's not trying to obstruct or suppress anyone from expressing their values. That's totally fair game.
Thank you.
But there is planning commission language and parameters as which to what the way that we base our outcomes and decisions on. So we just want to make sure that you all are mindful of that. If you want to express something else,
I try and find out.
First Amendment is for all. However, just know that there is planning commission specific
I understand.
language that we look for.
My understanding of Oklahoma state law, though, states that anytime
Wait, first off, you need to go ahead and state your name, but before you do, real quick, just for a second, Kevin Eagley is on deck. So we've got Phil Byers and Kevin Eagley. Go ahead.
Commercial.
State your name, please.
Is this better?
Yes.
The last part of this
State your name,
discussion
please.
for me is going, Randall Stickney.
Thank you.
I'm a retired physician. I've been with Tulsa Metroplex since the 1980s. And I am a resident of Broken Arrow, not Tulsa, like we heard earlier. The reason I'm here is, that, as I understand it, by Oklahoma law, that commercial zoning has to take in as a mandate to believe that the surrounding community is enhanced by whatever's being built. And that may not be sewage, and that may not be drainage, and it may not be retention ponds, but that's a pretty impelling characteristic. And representing the citizens of Broken Arrow, ask yourself if you would like to have a mosque built near your neighborhood. Ask yourself what it would do to the value of your home. Ask yourself if you would put in a business next to that mosque from a mercantile perspective. And ask yourself if you'd like to hear a call to prayer 5 times a day, beginning at dawn and finishing at night. I know what you've been told. I heard those statements. But the truth is, there's a principle in Islam called taqiyya, in which you are justified in lying to infidels anytime you want if it furthers the cause of Allah. Keep that in mind and ask the people in Michigan how that worked out for them. Islam is not a religion. It's a misogynistic culture born of the writings of a pedophilic warlord around 570 AD. Their great prophet consummated his marriage to a 6-year-old girl when she was 9 years old, in her own words, still playing with dolls. Before you call me a racist, please be aware that my dear departed wife, 37 years, was half Mexican. We adopted kids from Korea, have black friends that call me family, and a black-white interracial couple chooses to stay with her in our home. That's right. With their kids when they're here. Historically, convert, leave, or die were the choices available to non-Muslims in the early years, and those principles are still in play. Islam is violence. In 627 AD, after the 25-day siege of Medina by Muslim forces, the defending resident tribe of Jewish Arabs surrendered expecting humane treatment. The Islamic field commander ordered all the men and all the pubescent boys to be executed, and he directed the enslavement of all the women and children. Trenches were dug, and between 600 and 900 decapitated bodies were thrown into trenches. The paragon of virtue of Allah's worship, Muhammad approved, saying it was in accordance with God's decree. A French think tank reported 66,872 Islamic attacks from 1979 to 2024, with over 200,000 of those deaths in the last 10 years. Currently, tens of thousands of Christians have been and are still being murdered by Muslim extremists in sub-Saharan Africa. Machetes are often the implement of choice. Aside from the burqas and hijabs and the lack of personal freedom, Islam and Sharia law does not give equal rights to women. I saw an imam on TV one time that was being questioned about the corporal punishment of wives. His comment was, yes, you can beat your wife, but if a good Muslim would seek medical attention for the wife if she needed it afterward. Thank you for your time. I didn't get my 3 minutes because you guys asked questions.
I can stop the clock until you start speaking, sir. They stop the clock.
Women are the primary victims of Sharia law and sanctioned killings. The practice of Sharia allows a Muslim to lie, and we already said that.
Sir?
And, yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Phil Byers.
Good job.
Phil Byers here. Okay. Then Kevin Eagley will be on deck, and then Heidi Martinez.
I'm sorry, can we ask to close the door? There's too much background noise coming from the hallways in here.
Whenever you're ready. I am Phil Byers. I'd like to point out the first 2 people who spoke, who were for this rezoning. They were able to go on about their side, so that's why other people feel like they get some say in that. I have some things that I would mention about actual rezoning. I heard something about the Islamic, the call to prayer. And yes, that would be one of my key concerns. I understand they're saying that it's going to stay within the building. The fellow before me was absolutely right about the doctrine of taqiyya. It does allow people to lie in order to promote the needs of Allah. So there is that. Now, the call to prayer, there's several residential areas around this area. That's going to be a big deal, even if they just do it once a day. So now, yes, there are noise ordinances. Well, there are noise ordinances in Dearborn, Hamtramck, Michigan, in Minneapolis. Now Dallas is a problem. The key is somebody has to have the backbone to enforce those ordinances. So it may be coming. The fellow before me also mentioned that the mosque would serve all people. And I gotta tell you, that's just not gonna happen. Okay, you know, I've seen the sections in the Quran that say what to do to Christians and Jews. There's 6 of them. You know, our country is based on freedom of religion and freedom of speech. The Quran says nothing about that. That is not supported. So they can't really support our U.S. Constitution. Now, I've looked for imams who have said, hey, I support the U.S. Constitution. Nothing there. One thing on rezoning, there is the concern of wetlands. And I've bought property before, and U.S. Wildlife flew over and said, hey, you may have a wetland. So it limits what you can do. So I fear that needs to be looked at. You know, I'd just say 1.2 million soldiers have given their lives in this country to uphold the Constitution and try to give freedom to even nations that are under attack. And they didn't give their lives to bring people in who won't support the Constitution. And I'm afraid Muslims will not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate what you gave us, the stuff of the noise and the wetlands. That's stuff we can work with there.
Kevin Eagley. Then on deck is going to be Heidi Martinez, and then after Heidi is going to be V.E. Doc Sublet.
My name is Kevin Eagley. I'm from Hookenau, and thank you for letting me speak. A couple of things, a lot of stuff has already been covered about the infrastructure. Call to prayer 5 times a day is a concern. Is this mosque going to have a basement?
A basement?
Yeah.
That I can't answer. That's not, I mean, we haven't heard anything about that.
Did I understand correctly that the mosque will be 40,000 square feet and the retail is like 20? So it's basically a mosque first and then a retail second.
Well, actually, there are 2 different locations. If you remember the site map, the mosque itself was on the east end and the.
But on the same floor.
Yes.
Okay. So septic capability is, you're 100% we're going to have to do septic. There's no place to hide it.
Well, I think we just talked about that a minute ago.
All right, so here's my concern. One of the biggest one is, and I've lived here 30 years, is the traffic right at that turnpike I look at Lynn Lane and Highway 51, and that's a quagmire, you know, at 5 o'clock. I live off of 111th in Creek, Aspen in the Creek, and that is turning, it's a great center, but it's gonna be a quagmire. So is infrastructure for traffic in that area being addressed? And secondly, I wanna talk about this. You know, it is culture, and city planning, city council is responsible for culture. And we need to understand that what I'm gonna say is not politically correct, but it's historically correct. And we need to really look at what we're allowing into our community and the effect it has. I spent 20 years in the military, lived overseas, Iceland, Italy, Germany, have friends all in those areas still, and they are dealing with an Islamic problem that you have no idea. They addressed it about the ability to lie to get their way. That is not so what's the word I'm looking for? It's the truth. I don't know how else to say it. I know that when Islam comes into a community, it's first peaceful. They give medical aid, health aid, and then it begins to turn around. And then they get involved politically, and they begin to take over communities. The reason I know that, I have relatives in Minneapolis, I have relatives in Gilmore, Michigan, and New York City.
Come on.
And if you look at history, if you look at facts, facts are facts. And Broken Arrow is a wonderful community. And people think, well, you're being prejudiced. Listen, facts are facts.
Amen.
History is history. Okay? The American Constitution is what we live by, and that alone. And it will affect the community. You are city planners. Okay? Not only are we building can't hurt you, but people can. And we need to stand up and take a look about what we're going to allow into the Broken Arrow community. Our Constitution, men died for our right to stand up here and speak the truth. I have a lot to say. It's been covered a lot. I don't want to waste everybody's time. I got like 15 seconds left. But I want to thank you for the opportunity. But each and every one of you sitting here, your decision will affect this community for years to come.
That's right.
And people need to understand that. And I am tired of political correctness. I'm tired of people trying to keep the peace to promote a lie. Thank you very much.
See, I appreciate what you're giving us. Stuff like noise levels, wetlands, traffic, and septic. So we're actually hearing some stuff we've been working here. So.
Okay. Next person up is Heidi Martinez. Then we have VE Doc Sublet Acrobat, and then on deck after Doc is Angie Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Heidi Martinez. I have been a resident of Broken Arrow for 25 years. I also grew up in an Arabic and Jewish neighborhood very close to Dearborn, Michigan. For the last 25 years, 22 of those years spent in Broken Arrow have been engaging with the Islamic community, Muslims, and my dear friends at the mosque who are actually terrified to be here tonight. They were scared to come because they thought somebody would hurt them and that the bigotry and the hatred that has been expressed on social media would endanger them and their families. I want to thank you for this opportunity to share. I want to just express my own experience because that's all I have is my own experience. That my engagement with the Muslim community has been that they are very kind, generous, charitable people who have offered their friendship not just to Muslims, but to me as well and to my family. They have become part of my family and I have become part of theirs, even though I follow Jesus and I'm very, very bold about that. This question here tonight is not about Islam versus Christianity. This is the issue of rights. Freedom of religion is not just reserved for one religion in the United States of America. I don't want my right to worship where I please to be taken away from me. People died and fought for that right. Jesus loves Muslims, and so do I. And he said to love your neighbor. These are my beloved neighbors and friends, and they deserve the same rights and respects and freedoms that I experience. Who are we to take away basic human rights when so dear a price has been paid for us to worship the way we want to worship? The spirit of America is to open our hearts and our arms to each other. We don't have to agree. We don't have to worship the same. But I just implore you to please consider the fact that these are not those people. They are us. We are us. It is not just one religion in this country. It is not just one race or one type of person. But I beg for you to see them as people with just the same desire that we would have to worship near our homes peacefully. We are Oklahomans. We are Broken Arrow people. We are residents here that want a peaceful, loving community, and that includes inviting people over, showing each other's company, getting to know people that are different from us. I have had nothing but a positive experience in these last 22 years. I have had so much love and loyalty and friendship extended to me. It hurts my heart to hear the things that are happening tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, VE Sublet, then Angie Stevens will be on deck, and then Linda Russell.
Mine's short.
Thank you.
It's something new, right?
I'm a pastor, it's nice to be short, you know. My name is Doc Sublet, and I have a concern not about the religion aspect or anything else. I'm a tax-paying Broken Arrow person, and I know that we purchased 90 acres with taxpayer money right across the street, right across the highway there. And the purpose of that is to bring in economic development to that area. And when you're bringing in economic development, what we're trying to do here is, in this innovation district, is bring in high-paying jobs and high-end customers. And just from my personal experience, from owning several businesses over the years to support my pastor habit, if I have a business and I have to look out across the road there at a mosque, big mosque, or a big building, you know, it's not going to be easy to bring people in, to encourage people to come in and invest in our community in that area, which we have 90 acres we bought over there. It's a big deal. I know that that's a small thing, but when you're talking to people that have the opportunity to go anywhere they want to go to spend their money, that could be a concern. So that's one of my main concerns, is that we protect the investment that Broken Arrow has made in the 90-acre development over there, and it would give them every tool, the committee, every tool they need to be able to woo those people to get them to come here and invest in that area. So thank y'all.
So what about the church that's out there right now? Is it the same thing with it?
Well, it's been there how long?
Forever.
50 years?
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah, and it's not, you're talking about, they've asked for 740 parking, 1,000-seat mosque. That's a big building.
So you're saying that other church doesn't really have the impact?
It's low, you can't see it from the highway.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't look much like a church, to be honest with you.
Do what?
It doesn't look much like a church when you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like a farmhouse.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
All right,
guys.
Thank you. I do have a quick question for staff. As far as the commercial portion, since it's phased, can we give them a time limit with the specific use permit as far as how soon they have to have that commercial portion built?
No, the use permit would only relate to the place of the subject.
Okay. Okay, so on deck, thank you. Angie Stevens, then Linda Russell is on deck, and then after Linda, it will be Karen Hardin. Go ahead, Lori.
I'm Angie Stevens, and I just moved to Broken Arrow recently from Tulsa, and I didn't know all about this until yesterday, and so maybe this is why I was supposed to move here, just to come ask questions. But as I understood, they said they only have 50% of the monies for their money.
Yes.
50%.
Yes, that's what they do.
So, you know that casino that was supposed to be built and now it's like trash over there across from the Votech Center? I don't want that near my home. Also, I was a teacher, school teacher, kindergarten. They said they have their meetings at 1 o'clock on Fridays. How long do those meetings last?
Yeah, they can rebut that later. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm concerned about school buses, parents picking up kids, trying to get out of the neighborhoods, because neighborhoods will eventually grow out there. And if you have this huge facility and kids trying to get home from hot buses, because our buses are not air conditioned, I'm concerned about that for our children too. For thinking in the future, for planning. You guys are planning. So this is think beyond today. And I am very much opposed. I'm concerned about the noise. I know they say no noise, but I'm just very concerned. So these are things that I'm concerned about.
But you gotta understand if there was any development outside, whether it's a mosque or a church or anything like that, you know, Catholic church, Protestant, whatever, that you would still have that traffic situation, just like you have at Life Church, just what, east of there on the next few miles over, I guess.
Life Church is not as large as that, and they have, the building is not that large. So they have, what Life Church has done.
They don't meet on one spot on Fridays either.
Right. And they stagger the worship services, so they have several.
But my point was, what I was getting at is look how close they are to the turnpike, the entrance and exit, and the same thing would be with this one here, whatever goes in there will be fairly close to the turnpike.
On a Friday
Alleviate
afternoon.
a lot of the traffic.
On a Friday afternoon, when parents are going to pick up kids, it's a different situation. Sunday mornings, you're not having that problem, because that's the main thing they're doing, is going to worship. So this is it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, we'll give them a chance to respond to this, to see about the 1 o'clock and how long, see what we're talking about.
Okay, is it 1 to 2, and then we're trying to get kids?
You don't wanna wait for them, huh?
No.
Thanks,
I want my
Angie.
kids.
Yeah, don't come back then. Thanks, Angie. Okay, so Linda Russell is coming up.
I'm putting together a list of items for them to talk about.
Okay.
Karen Harden on deck, and then after Karen is Patricia Highland.
We can't hear her.
In the speaker, please.
Yep,
I've never been accused of softly, so sorry about that.
State your name, please.
Linda Russell. And I guess one of my concerns was, I'm still learning about this too. I just found out about this not long ago, even though I was at the Tuesday night council meeting and no one seems to know about it. I'm wondering about the level 6 that it's been designated as for range of use. My question is, does a mosque have employment or commercial significance that would meet the requirements of a level 6? And it would appear that there is intensity involved by this planned development that does not meet this comprehensive plan standard. The other things that I am concerned about in terms of the zoning, that ordinance establishes a different development standards for assembly and institutional uses based on sewer availability, which was mentioned earlier, including increased minimum lot area requirements when served by septic systems rather than municipal sewer. So even with that regard, I believe like this should not go forward.
Come on.
The ingress, egress, emergency access constraints, which I was really appreciative of the aerial view to be able to demonstrate that clearly when I read that. The site plan and that this aerial imagery demonstrates is the subject tract relies primarily on that frontage along South 129th East Avenue for the ingress and the egress, with no clearly established secondary access route. I didn't hear anything about that tonight either. The proposed commercial buildings and associated parking fields significantly increase the traffic volume, fire apparatus access needs, and emergency response demand. So that tracks proximity to the Hakey Creek floodplain and emergency response demand, excuse me, and the emergency, the creek turnpike right of way further constrains access reliability during severe weather events. And the rezoning, of course, to the CG would permit development intensities that have not been shown to comply with the city's engineering design criteria manual or the adopted international fire code requirements for reliable fire apparatus access, providing an independent basis to deny the rezoning and associated conditional use permit both. Also for the on-site wastewater and lagoon regulatory constraints with the Oklahoma Administrative Code 652, Chapter 641 governs on-site sewage treatment systems. The OAC 252-1-3 requires on-site sewage systems to meet minimum lot size, soil suitability, and separation distance standards and limits systems to dispersal fields or lagoons. And then the 251-641-115-1 requires all sewage lagoons receive septic tank pretreatment and operate as total retention systems subject to strict, and then these state level requirements significantly constrain that facility, so I oppose this.
But see, you did your homework, you went down a different path than a lot of people, so Thank you. So, some of the things I might add, you know, you talked about like the sewage system, I don't know whether they're gonna, I thought I read they were gonna go with a septic.
50,000 gallons a day.
So if they're gonna go to a septic, they'll have to do perk tests and all that, they'll have to meet the ODQ, ODK stuff anyway on that. So tonight, that's a good point though, that tonight though, what we're looking at is just the zoning and the conditional use permit. But I think you were asking, if I caught that right, you went pretty fast. Were you asking what else could go in a CG? Is that what you mentioned? Or I'm not sure if I caught that.
I'm sorry, what? What
Did
else?
you ask what else could be, the rezone from agriculture to commercial, the CG? Did you ask what other kind of items would go in there? What kind of other?
No,
She
I
asked,
I don't think
They
it's.
think that a mosque would be.
The level
Okay, well,
six.
level six.
Yeah.
The level
Yes, for the level
six.
six.
So the CG actually falls into level six. The comprehensive plan, it has a table that shows, okay, this is level six, based on the land use intensity system. What kind of items can go in our categories? And C3, CG is one of them. It has, I think, 4 or 5 that are permitted and, or, if I remember right, and one of
But
them is
what she
allowed.
was asking is why is a mosque being put in there? And the reason
But it-
being is because they have the future retail component of their.
They
I
want
think
that
one of-
CG for that retail, but they're not, they weren't looking at, I'm trying to figure out how to say this, the CG as a mosque. What it falls under for the conditional use permit is the place of assembly, correct? Which could be a moose lodge, another church, it could be things like that.
Correct.
So it could be a bunch of different things, not just the mosque itself. That conditional use permit could be used for other things too. Like I said, the moose lodge or whatever.
Thank
I don't know if I answered it.
Well, just
Right.
kind of paraphrasing, the city can correct me if I'm wrong. If there was no intent for a storefront or commercial development in the front of that facility, then they could be submitting a conditional use permit only and not asking for a change in zoning. So the reason why it's two separate things is the fact that they're wanting to, in the future. So now's the time for them to do that during the planning portion. So I hope that helps answer any.
But also the luxury of having the retail, the frontage along Olive is the tax dollar that the city of Brook Arrow gets. Also, it's gonna be platted, so the city gets the right of way in place, so they don't have to go out and purchase it to widen 129th or Olive Street. So there's a benefit for that too. Now, what they're gonna put in the retail store, we have no idea. It hasn't come forward to us.
All right, so Karen Harden's coming up, Patricia Highland is on deck, and then Billy Wyland after Patricia Highland.
But those are great comments, I might add.
Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I believe the citizens of Broken Arrow and the
Could you
surrounding
state your name,
community.
please?
Karen Harden. The citizens of Broken Arrow and surrounding communities are concerned about the consideration to rezone this property due to several issues. Of concern is that if you rezone it, you will have overruled your city's own comprehensive plan due to the infrastructure limitations, floodplain constraints, and public safety. First, the current city infrastructure does not support it. Ingress, egress of traffic, water, sewer, septic issues, and a floodplain, as well as negating the Department of Environmental Quality on-site waste, water, and lagoon regulatory constraints. Others will address this more specifically. But Chairman, you said that the issue of septic shouldn't be a showstopper, but it actually should. If it does not, and it seems like that the size of the buildings that they are trying to build, the number of people, that the septic they would put in could not meet the limitations that are there.
Yeah, and I thought when I asked him if that it was not a showstopper, I was confirming to him that he thought it was not a showstopper due to the septic instead
So
of
you were
tying
saying it
60.
was?
No, I was saying it's not a showstopper.
It
It's
can be a
septic lagoon
showstopper.
network. Okay,
Okay.
it can be, but it's a big property out there in that floodplain. The city's not gonna let anybody build in that floodplain. They can't increase runoff, they can't increase upstream inundation from down the street.
But we do need, you agree, we do need to stay within state regulations.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And they will have to.
So also if approved, it would be preferential treatment and spot zoning, which violates the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezoning of a specific phased commercial development concept seems to confirm that this requested rezoning is driven by a particular site plan rather than comprehensive reevaluation of the surrounding area. Approval would confer a parcel-specific benefit inconsistent with existing zoning patterns and environmental constraints, constituting preferential treatment without a corresponding public plan and justification. The current Broken Arrow Comprehensive Plan provides long-range guidance. It does not override infrastructure limitations, floodplain constraints, or public safety considerations, which we are hearing much about, all of which this rezoning would do. The requested zoning certainly seems to exceed what is reasonably supported at this location given existing environmental and utility conditions. Why would you approve rezoning for a structure and then try and create road, sewer, ingress, egress when it clearly isn't there? Approval of this rezoning would establish precedent for similar requests along the corridor, incrementally eroding greenway and floodplain protections. The cumulative effect of such approvals would undermine long-term stormwater management, infrastructure planning, and environmental stewardship. Isn't it true that consideration of precedent and cumulative impact is a legitimate factor in legislative zoning decisions? And if so, then why is this going to be ignored? If you approve it here, you have to approve it elsewhere. And I think we've already seen the spot zoning preferential treatment given to the casino at 111th and Olive. We saw how that turned out. The safety issues are of absolute concern when the North American Islamic Trust, which purchased this land, had been deemed and discussed in 2007 as one of 246 and/or organizations that were unindicted in co-conspirators and joint venturers in federal prosecution. Now I say unindicted because they were named as a terrorist, but that is under debate. But we do have to consider that.
We got to stop that. So what you were doing, you went really well for 2 minutes and 50 seconds or whatever, till you got the last part, because all of that was relevant to what you were saying. And
Public safety is relevant.
I understand. And what you were saying is relevant to whether it's a mosque or a Catholic church or anything like that. So that's good what you were saying, present that to us.
Thank you.
So the spot zoning, I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy off on that, but, I mean, it's in the comprehensive plan for the C3. If you go to the comprehensive plan, you'll see it showing that.
But we've already done spot zoning for the casino and we saw how well that
I can't answer about the casino, yeah.
Okay, so
That didn't happen.
coming up is Patricia Highland, Billy Willand, and then on deck after Billy's gonna be Randy Pravat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
I think I know that.
I do have a handout that I can give you after my 3 minutes
Okay,
in
please
detail.
Okay, please state your name.
My name is Patricia Highland, for the record. I want to address, and I stand in opposition to the requested zoning change, not on a religious basis, not on anything. I live a mile from this property. And if you drive by there every day, it is a bottleneck. There is no egress or ingress to that property. There's no access on this side, on the south side. There is no access on the north side, the south side, or the back side where the floodplain is. You can't even get in and out of there now. Now, are we gonna come back around and ask the taxpayers to pay for improvements to make that suitable? No way. No way. And I have addressed in this 4-page document the legal reasons why we should be opposed and giving you guys the reasons why we should vote no. The legislative standard and burden of proof has not been met. The floodplain and greenway constraints are not met. The municipal authorities, the infrastructure and utility limitations are horrendous. The Broken Arrow zoning ordinance, and specifically the ingress and egress that was alluded to earlier, and the emergency access. Have you driven out to that property and walked it and looked at it? I feel for the people that want to build on it. They got a pig in a poke. Somebody sold them a pig in a poke. Now, that property, there's not parking. What are they gonna do, bust them from across the street in the defunct casino / event center and let them park over there? There's no room for parking. All we heard from the attorney from out of state, Texas, and an entity from out of state purchased this property. The North American Alliance, the Islamic Alliance purchased it. There's not room for parking for a birthday party on that spot.
Here, here.
Really, I challenge you to go out there and listen to what was said tonight. And let me tell you, when the Afghan refugees came, our church was involved. I took a family over to worship at the mosque every time they were called to prayer. I set up an apartment through a committee in my church for them. This has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with, I live a mile away and it is not sustainable. Runoff, groundwater, you name it, and it's addressed right here, and I have a copy for all of you. Thank you.
Okay, so Billy Weiland coming up, Randy Pravat on deck, and then after Randy is James Giller.
Go ahead. Hello, my name is Billy Weiland. I'm going to give this first part by simply saying the last three ladies that spoke, I'd like to reiterate, and second, as if repeating verbatim herein. Baruch atah Adonai Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam. Blessed be the Lord Adonai Yahweh, who was and is to come, Master King of the universe. Hashem natan v'asak b'dinah le'chafir b'yom u'v'layla, who gives us the ability to distinguish between light and dark, day and night, truth and untruth. In Hashem Yeshua. When I took my birthright trip to Israel in the summer of 2010, I was walking through the old city of Jerusalem. I was wearing my kippah. Come on. I wasn't looking to make a statement. I wasn't provoking anyone. I was just walking, just breathing in the land of my fathers. At some point, without realizing it, I wandered into the Muslim quarter, a Muslim area that had been rezoned in the whole city, a Muslim orphanage. There were about a dozen little children there, ages 3 to 6 years old. They were kicking a soccer ball around, laughing, playing, just being kids. And then they saw me, and everything stopped. The ball dropped. They picked up little sticks from the ground. And all of them, every single one of them ran toward me. And these tiny little children began striking my legs with their sticks, chanting over and over, Surah, 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 Surah. On one level, it was almost comical, like Gulliver surrounded by Lilliputans, little hands, little voices, little sticks. But on another level, it broke me. Because what I was witnessing wasn't childish mischief. It was learned hatred. These precious children, before they could read, before they could reason, before they could choose, had already been trained to see me not as a man, not as a neighbor, not even as a human being, but as an enemy dog to be beaten. Not because of anything I had done, not because of who I am as a person, but because I'm a Jew. That moment marked me. It planted grief in my soul and prayer at that very same time. And to this day I pray not with hatred, not with vengeance, but with tears and love from Yeshua. The sons of Ishmael would one day, I pray, love their own children enough to stop teaching them to hate me, to hate my people, and to hate America. And Scripture is clear about where the responsibility lies. It does not rest on the children, it rests on the parents, it rests on the leaders. Come on. And it rests on those who shape hearts before those hearts can defend themselves. Train up a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they will not depart from it. This is our mandate, and we will be judged for it, not by each other, but by God Almighty, Yehovah. Those children in the old city were not my enemies. I pray for them, and I pray you turn down the stoning ordinance option.
James Giller is, or James Giller is on deck, and then after James, Alan Jackson.
Good evening, I'm Randy Prevatt. I live in Broken Arrow, drove 30 years. I absolutely oppose the 25-1766. I hope to take a lot of what everybody said in consideration this evening, because I'm going to come from a little bit of a different angle. I did 5 years in the Middle East as a civilian contractor. I've lived among those people, and I lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment. For 5 years, 5 times a day, starting the sun up. They blasted their prayer call out to my apartment. But I'm in America now, and I don't want to put up with it here. I don't really think you guys can stop them from putting those speakers up. It hasn't stopped them in a lot of other towns and places. I just don't think it's gonna happen. The doctor said earlier this evening, they will lie to you to get their way. I experienced that like you would not believe over the 5 years I was over there with those people. They will never tell you the truth if they have to. They're always gonna lie to you to get their way. To give you guys, because you haven't lived it like I lived it, to give you guys a real example of what it's like to put up with that, imagine this. We all love our tornado sirens we have, don't we? They're here to protect us. Can you imagine if that same siren went off every morning at sunlight and went off at sunset and 3 times in between that all day? You get fed up with it. You move out of the area. And that's my point. If you guys can't stop the prayer calls, that stuff will travel 2 miles at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's quiet then. You will have people leave your area. I'll be one of the first. I've lived it, and I'm not going to put up with it. I don't care if they have a church. What I care about is I don't want them to infringe upon my rights. And I don't care about your noise ordinances either. They're not going to cut it. They're still going to infuriate and piss people off, and then you're going to have a problem. And I'm blown away that a mosque is even going to be tried to be situated right next to a Christian church. That blows my mind because I lived with those people for 5 years. But my big thing to you is the noise. That's my complaint. And what are we doing about the runoff? 750 cars in a parking lot? That's more than Walmart's parking lot. Where's all that water going to go?
Well, they'll be required to have on-site storage to control the runoff that's going on site. That would be taking place during the engineering, during the design of it. But the city of Broken Arrow, and they will not increase the runoff going upstream, inundate people upstream or downstream.
How could the city of Broken Arrow stop the loudspeakers? How can you absolutely stop it?
I was talking about the runoff.
I know that, but that was just one of my questions. My other question was, how are we going to stop the speakers?
Well, that's what I mentioned earlier, and that's why I asked about that.
I think they'll lie to you. They've proven that to me for 5 years. They'll lie to you to get what they want. And I also feel like they're only putting the commercial property there so you guys will approve the property because it's tax dollars. Raise my taxes and get rid of that. We don't want it. Raise our taxes to get rid of that. We'd all gladly pitch in $300, $400, $500 a year more to get rid of that. I don't want it in my neighborhood. I don't think anybody else here does either. Thank you.
So coming up is James or Jameis Giller, Alan Jackson, and then on deck after Alan Jackson is Carla Morris.
My name is James Gillis. I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. As your own policy states, you don't have to respond. We have a right to speak. And it has been duly noted that this council has been totally biased. Not once has any comments been made for anybody who was in favor of this proposal as a condescending statement that it wasn't relevant to the zoning commission and the planning. Not one time was that done tonight. And also, their condescending statement was that we found all this stuff on Facebook and social media clicks. Some people have actually done their homework, read the Quran, read the Hadiths. We understand what the religion of Islam says. In the news today, a town in Michigan whose entire city council is Islamic, they voted to have animal sacrifice. If you don't believe me, look it on social media. Google it. They are now doing animal sacrifice in a city in Michigan because they're Islamic city council members. Just like the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, berated a U.S. citizen, a constituent of that city, told the individual, we don't want you in this city. I will be glad when you leave this city. I will rejoice and dance when you leave this city. It is called cultural jihad. They come in nice, easy, quiet, cooperative, and they would they would stone and kill a metropolitan community church if it tried to open up in Yemen. They would stone and throw off the rooftop a transgender if the transgender tried to come and cry before a city council. And so they come in easy, quiet. It's cultural jihad. All of their religions, whether it be Shia or Sunni, they all agree in one thing: the establishment of Sharia law. And they want the Sharia law. Every woman in favor tonight would be stoned for not wearing a burqa. They would be castigated, beaten with rods. They would be thrown in a pit. We've seen it before, and we know what this religion does. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so next up is Alan Jackson. After Alan Jackson is Carla Morris, and then after Carla, on deck is, it looks like Caleb Mitchell.
Do you notice they haven't stopped anybody from talking about anything else now because they talked about the First Amendment rights?
Right.
Shut up.
Thank you. I had to blast them for their
Last year
lives.
when I was city council, I
It was so prevalent.
Well, it was all over their face too. They couldn't see.
My name is Alan Jackson. This is a notice to the Broken Arrow Planning Commission on the Islamic Center site. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. I, Alan Jackson, one of the people as seen in the Oklahoma State Constitution, Republican form, Surrey Juris, do present you this notice by necessity for you and your agents to take immediate due care. Vote no on the Islamic Center property zoning change. Please take notice that the Oklahoma State is a common law state, and that the Christian religion is part of the common law. That men and women are born free and equal and have certain natural, essential, and absolute rights. That they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. See evidence below. The Oklahoma Constitution preamble, invoking the guidance of Almighty God in order to secure and perpetuate blessings of liberty, to secure just and rightful government, to promote the mutual welfare and happiness we, the people of the state of Oklahoma, do ordain and establish this Constitution. Maxim of law. The Christian religion is part of the common law. Maxim of law. That which is against divine law, repugnant to society and is void. The Northwest Ordinance, 1787. That we are hereby ordained and declare by authority the compact between the original states, the people, and the states and the territories, and Oklahoma was the territory. The inhabitants of the territory shall at all times be entitled to these benefits, proceeding according to the course of common law. Whenever any state shall be admitted to the United States on equal footing with the original states in all aspects and respects whatsoever. Oklahoma Constitution, Article 2, Bill of Rights, Section 1. All political powers inherent in the people and the governments instituted for our benefit, our protection, security, and benefit, to promote the general welfare. The definition of a common right, Black's Law 4th, a right that pertains and provides, that a right applied to rights, privileges, and immunities that pertain to and enjoyed all by all citizens equally in common, and they have their foundation in the common law. Maxim of law, all political powers inherent in the people by decree of God thus non-exist except derived from them. Maxim of law, the main object of government is for protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, public liberty, and upholding the law of God. Virginia Constitution, Bill of Rights, Section 15, that no free government nor the blessings of liberty can be served to any people but by a frequent recurrence of fundamental principles, and that free government rests, as does all progress, upon the broadest possible diffusion of knowledge. As agents and servants and trustees of the people, vote no. This notice is sent to you in the peace and with the love of Christ, so that you may provide due care for those who have all political power, the people. Thank you.
Carla Morris. On deck is Cable.
I just found out about it. Your commerce issue will come documented. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. On deck will be Caleb Mitchell, and then after Caleb will be Ralph McClendon.
Hello, my name is Carla Morris. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you very much. And I am excited to see that the Constitution is being upheld tonight, and that people are speaking freely from their heart, as well as they've done the research. Ditto on the ones who brought up, the overloading of the sewage system and the noise factor, and people who have actually lived in societies where this type of mosque operates. Ditto.
I'm going to make sure
Thank you for doing your research. What I want to say is, I want to bring up something that no one's brought up. It's already agriculture.
Right.
And we need more farming. We do.
It's
I mean,
called bean, B-I-N, bean. It's a way of life.
why our president has brought up that we need to stop foreign countries from buying property in our communities, okay? Why we would even let Islamic into our country at all, ever, is beyond me. 493, I don't know if you know it, mosques across this nation. All they have to do is just send a text. It's time to take over America. That's all they have to do. So why are we even considering putting another mosque in this area? And all of these people are saying, no, we don't want it. They're even saying, we'll pay more. We'll pay more taxes. If this is the problem, we'll pay more taxes, whatever it takes. But we're not going to let our rural community turn into a mosque where we don't have what we moved to a rural community for. We don't have privacy. We don't have that quiet peacefulness. If you live in a neighborhood, you put up with a little more noise. You put up with people walking in front of your property. When you're out on acreage, you don't have that. You have your 5 acres, and nobody gets to trespass. This is what these people are after that live there, okay? And so I don't get it. Why would we even consider it? Why are we letting our nation be taken over by Islam when we're over in Israel fighting to help to stop this radicalism?
Thank you. All right, Caleb Mitchell and Ralph McClendon on deck, and then after Ralph will be Mark Smith.
Hello, my name is Caleb Mitchell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address a couple of the concerns that have been brought up by several of the speakers this evening. In reference to the noise complaints that you may get, it would be no different than the church bells that ring in the Rose District every hour and every half hour.
Folks, please.
Takia.
It is as simple as that. And sorry, my heart is racing right now because I am seeing the beauty and the ugly of my community. I will be living half a mile from this facility, and I could not be happier to welcome another group of faith. And I would be standing here in favor of any faith, whether that be Christian, Muslim, Islamic, Indian, I can't even speak, Hindu, that's what I meant. All deserve the rights. And them coming before us to ask to build in our community should speak to our community in and of itself. Because most of the concerns that were brought up, ingress, egress, big words, they would be the same sort of issue for any sort of development that goes in there. Across the street, there is a event center that has ingress, egress issues. If you've ever seen somebody try to leave that place, it's crazy. Any sort of building in that area is going to have pain and growing pains. And as I drive by that corner twice a week, or twice a day, 5 days a week to take my son to school, it needs to be addressed, but not in the fact that it would be a cause for concern for this mosque. I hate the comments that are being spoken this evening, and I just wish those who are here to represent the mosque, I look forward to having you as a neighbor, and welcome to Broken Arrow.
Okay. Ralph McClendon, then Mark Smith on deck, and then after Mark Smith, Chris Jacobs.
He likes you.
I'm already taken. It's not my type.
My name is Ralph McClendon. I was raised in Broken Arrow, graduated from Broken Arrow High School more years ago than I like to admit, but I'm pretty old. But anyway, I have known people with Islamic faith, some of them have been very good friends of mine. They're not all bad. I mean, there's just as much difference in them as there are difference in Christians.
I agree.
They're not all bad people. There are some that who are, and their Bible, the Quran, says it's okay to kill anybody that's an infidel. An infidel is anybody that doesn't believe the same way they do. They're not beyond burning down our Christian churches or anything they think is opposed to them. They also have an agenda. If you listen to anybody, the ones over in Michigan, they said, we'll try peacefully first, but if necessary, we'll go by force. They have found caches of ammunition and automatic weapons in some of these mosques. We don't want that in Broken Arrow, I don't think, do we? Come on. No. I don't think so. So we have a chance to keep this from going up even this level. Now, this has nothing to do with the land and all that, the zoning and all that, but we have a chance to say no to it. And if we don't do it now, then I would hope we would do it on the building permits. But I would encourage us not to let this mosque be built, because I think it will suffer adverse reactions later on. And it's been said, you can vote something in, but if it's wrong, you may have to shoot your way out. And that's the way I think. I encourage us not to let this thing be built. Thank you.
Okay, Mark Smith, then Chris Jacobson on deck, and after Chris Jacobson, Bo Stahl. So Mark Smith.
Somebody would bring up the fact they own 2 rooms.
Do you guys know this guy?
Huh?
Do you know him?
I don't know him. Do you know him? It's just,
No problem.
Please state your name.
It's like we're here all night.
My name is Mark Smith, 40 years living in Broken Arrow. Commissioners, you all have experience dealing with government entities like the Sovereign Creek Nation and their Kialiji tribe. Today, a similarity, but in this situation, it involves the Islamic Society of Tulsa. Just like in the past, there are 2 clans and 2 unique self-serving interests that are in conflict concerning this property. The BA Next Comprehensive Plan is our city growth plan, with many strict enforced ordinances. BA Next is a secular plan for growth. The Islamic Society of Tulsa plan is stated in their constitution, and I quote, "The aims and purposes of the IST shall be to serve the best interest of Islam, the greater Tulsa area, to enable Muslims to practice Islam as a complete way of life." This identifies the Islamic Society of Tulsa as an Islamic deen. A deen is complete submission and obedience to Allah, covering all aspects of life, including religion, social, political, economic, and legal systems, guiding community and state. The IST falsely presents itself sometimes as a religion rather than a deen. This is an effort to create political sympathy for Islam. Amen. That is felt by the city commission and council members who are placed in a difficult position to avoid being labeled Islamophobic or being put at risk of violating federal discrimination laws. 2 plans, one secular and one way of life, butt heads at this proposal to build a mosque center in Broken Arrow. They do not mix well or at all. And the proposal shows the mosque to include a 20,700 square foot future retail center. Question: would a Catholic or a Baptist or a Jewish bookstore be allowed to sign a lease to operate in the mosque retail center? How about a small cafe that serves a traditional breakfast menu? Who enforces rental lease policies at this retail center? How will the city enforce noise ordinances at the mosque? 5 calls to prayer every day will be heard at the Forge Innovation District, TTC, churches, neighborhoods, Elam Park, elementary schools, apartment complexes, and a golf course. Why would the VA Next comprehensive plan allow revenue, rentability, and property values to diminish? I'm almost done. The Islamic Society of Tulsa is associated with CARE, designated a terrorist group by the states of Texas
We're gonna have to
and
set you
Florida.
up there. How much did you actually got?
We got 2 cents.
Okay, good.
Differing neighborhood dynamics, tensions between cultures, tenant turnover, noise pollution, increased traffic and parking issues. Do you want to attract more citizens to this part of VA or not? Please vote no on both issues.
Thank you. Okay, so,
I don't set you off.
Sorry, I wasn't.
No, that's fine. I don't set you off, and everybody else that want to add a minute, 2 minutes,
Yeah.
whatever, so we can do that, so.
next
Thank
up
you, sir.
is Chris Jacobson, then Bo Stahl on deck, and after Bo, Linda M.
Okay, thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak and also for what all you do. Okay, I'm here as
Name, please.
oh, I'm sorry, Chris Jacobson. I live at roughly 131st
You don't have to say your address.
and 129th. I'm trying to give you a broad thing.
Okay.
So I live on 15 acres. I've been here 31 years, okay? My concern is the septic sewage aspect. The issue I have is the Park Oak Grove was built to the north of me on 80 acres, and I live on the 15 acres south of it. They don't have sewage, as we all know, so they have anaerobic systems out there. When I moved here 31 years ago, I could go anywhere on my property. I cannot go on the south end of my property because of all the water that's coming out of these anaerobic systems. So if you go back to the picture, where the mosque is going to be built is on the high ground. And that's where the perk is going to be. That's going to be a parking lot. You're not going to perk a parking lot, okay? Where I live is the old riverbank. So on the south side of my property, it's very porous. On the north side of my property is the overbank. And I'm a petroleum engineer, so I know a little bit about this. That dirt up there is like talcum powder. Nothing soaks through it. So what I'm concerned about is you're creating a major drainage problem for the people that are down dip south of that property. I mean, I'm really being serious here, okay? Second thing, this is emotional to me too, is we saw the purpose of the event center. That was gonna be a steakhouse. And then the steakhouse was gonna have gambling machines. And the Muskogee Nation had to intervene for 2 years and take control of that property. So it's not like we haven't had this issue before. Same thing on the northwest side. That's the southwest side of that. On the northwest side, the city of Broken Arrow had to intervene to stop that casino being built there. So again, guys, we've seen this before. So if we're a little sensitive, there's a reason. Okay. Third thing, traffic. In the mornings, we back up past the cemetery. In fact, we back up to where the old beach house was. Some of us love that place. But my point to you is, the city, Aspen used to look like Olive. It was one lane. And the city had the foresight to widen that out, and now look at the development we have over there. This is premature. We're gonna have another exacerbated traffic problem. And my concern is, why would we want a mosque taking up this land when we could have commercial development at the appropriate time when we have the facilities? And I'm out. 2 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Bo Stahl. After Bo, Linda M. on deck, and after Linda, John McCabe.
Good afternoon, my name is Bo. I've been married 41 years. I have 8 children, 6 of which are adopted. I am a disabled vet. I chose Tulsa County to raise my children. My youngest is 8 years old. I am here to ask you to consider what you're doing. Yes, this is a coding issue. And the reason I'm asking you to consider this as a coding issue, I grew up in Saudi Arabia.
Come on.
I've been in over 40 countries. My husband and I oversee over 5,000 ministries worldwide. Most of them are in Muslim countries. I've been in Afghanistan, Pakistan, UAE, Qatar, Sudan, Uganda, Congo. I've seen refugees. I've seen pastors whose bodies have been cut up. I've seen Muslims who have been chopped up and killed and murdered. Yes, this is a code issue. It takes a little seed to create great oaks, and it takes good men to do nothing to create great evils.
Amen.
This is a beautiful town, and we've chose to relocate from Alaska to live here and make this home. We did not come here to bring our children to a hellhole. I've lived in Saudi Arabia. I grew up there. I heard the call of prayer 5 times a day. And you say it won't happen here, but it will.
Amen. Yep.
I've heard the lies. I've lived it. Please consider the coding. There are codes to stop this. I've learned firsthand. I've seen the women. I've seen the child abuse of marriage. I've hid women in my home from the abuse. I've hid men to get out of the country from being honor killed. I've lived it firsthand. This is not what we want in Tulsa. This is not what we want in Broken Arrow,
Amen.
or in Oklahoma, or in the United States of America.
Amen.
We are land of the free and home of the brave. Do not give up our freedom so easily,
Amen.
for it has been fought with a heavy price. Stand for freedom, freedom for all people, but protect it with your lives, for so many of us have. Thank you.
John McCabe, and after John McCabe, Tammy Kiefer.
Thank you for having us come and be able to share what's going on. I am an ordained minister.
Please speak, please, yeah.
I am an ordained minister and I
state
am
your
a
name.
Christian. And that's mainly why I'm here tonight.
We
I've
need-
been
we
wanting
need
to
to-
We
talk
need your
to
name.
all of you.
Please,
We need
Linda
the name
M.
for the record.
Thanks.
I've been wanting to talk to the city council too, and all of the police force.
Name,
We do
state
have
your
some,
name.
we do have
She
some,
did, I did,
we do have some police, that are interested in this, but johnguandola.com. You need to find out more information there. They will come and train you to see what's going on. But the FBI released in 2014, 2019, the explanatory memorandum on general strategic goals for the Brotherhood in North America. They are tied to every mosque of the North American Islamic Society. It says, this is an actual document used in the courts, the process of settlement of civilization, the Ikhwan, which is the Muslim Brotherhood, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers so that it is eliminated and God's or Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religions. Without this level of understanding, we are not up to this challenge and have not prepared ourselves to jihad yet. It is a Muslim's destiny to perform jihad and work wherever he is and wherever he lands until the final hour comes. And there is no escape from that destiny except for those who choose to slack. This is from Muhammad Akram, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood in 1991, is when they put this together. This is known by the president. That's why he's working so hard to stop this now. And it's not that we don't love you.
Amen.
We do.
Amen.
But
Ma'am, you have to address us.
we have to learn to live in peace together and stop lying to the governments and things like that.
Ma'am, you need to talk to the microphone so we can get it on.
Not everybody is radicalized,
Not yet.
but if they follow Sharia, they will be. And they train their kindergarten kids to wave swords and kill Christians and Jews. This is on video. This is from the FBI. So get training. John Gondola, GUANDOLO.com. Get your officers trained. It's coming. And they have a mandate right now. That's why this is being built. They have a mandate to move out from Michigan, New York, Texas. They're coming. And see, they're trying to kick them out of Texas, so a lot of them are wanting to come up here too. It is a jihad. Take heart to that. JohnGondola.com. Thank you. And this friend here, he was a former Muslim. He knows everything. You need to
Okay,
know this.
thank you. Okay, John McKay, then Tammy Kiefer on deck, and then after Tammy, Carmen Karimi.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to talk. My name is John McKay. I've been in Broken Arrow for 25 years, county of Tulsa for over 45. First thing I want to address has to do with the sewage issue. I'd like to know what floodplain that tract of land is. Is that a 100-year floodplain?
Well, I'm sure it's the Blue Stream, I'm sure it's got a floodplain, it's got 100 year and it's got 500 year. So I would have to ask engineering.
I would like to know. And the reason being is we live in Oklahoma and we know that 100-year floodplain has happened over 20 years or less. Keep that in mind. And whatever you do, make sure it meets a 5-year standard if they're gonna have surface runoff from their wastewater.
There's requirements they have to go by, state and federal.
That's one issue. The second issue has to do with disturbing the peace. And I know they talked about saying their prayers won't get outside of the four walls of the mosque, the shelter of the mosque. Anyhow, I would like to let everybody know the city of Broken Arrow just updated their section 1612, disturbing the peace, adding a new subsection addressing noise. And the bottom line of that is that they have amended it so that noise can exceed the excessive limit for up to 10 minutes. So that means if a minaret or outside communication devices are put up, they could say their prayer for up to 10 minutes, broadcasting out, where you say 300 yards and 300 feet in a residential area. It doesn't address commercial or local churches. And so unless y'all can put something in the document stating that for 99 years, no outside minaret or speaker system will be allowed, fine. Keep that in mind. If you don't put that in there, then 5 years from now, if that mosque is built, they're gonna be back here asking for that minaret. Guarantee you. Okay, the second thing I want to address has to do with Sharia law. Now it says all politics is local, right? Well, here I am local. Sharia law is the political arm of the Muslim faith. It's not their religious arm. Even though they don't separate it, our Constitution and the state does. So Sharia law is the political arm of the Muslim faith, and it's not entitled with our United States Constitution. Regardless of what Oklahoma courts have ruled, this country is ruled by the people and for the people, not just for the courts. Our Constitution is based on God's law through the founders' Christian faith and is a covenant with God himself. God has the final say, so be careful how you rule, because if you rule against our covenant Constitution we have with God like Israel has, then you're going against what God wants.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, Tammy Keeper, then Carmen Karimi, and then Jamie Patel.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Kiefer. I'm a retired veteran. I have over 20 years of active duty experience, and I was on active duty during Afghanistan and Iraq.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My question to you that I don't think anybody has brought forward is, the North American Islamic Trust, or NEAT, is part of a network of organizations including the ISNA, CAIR, and the MSA. They work in concert to push
give you some room.
the extreme sect of Islam within the United States. The North America Islamic Trust, or NAT, serves Muslims in the United States and their institutions. NAT facilitates the realization of the American Muslims' desire for a Sharia-compliant way. In my training in the military, I was forced to learn how to wear the headdress. I'm Christian. I was forced by my chain of command to comply with Sharia law in case I had to leave my forward observation base. I'm a Christian. I was being forced under their Sharia law to wear the headdress. They took away my rights because I was in their country. What happens if they use Sharia law here? I'm walking down the street. I'm a Christian. My son is Jewish. What happens then? Am I going to be forced to wear the headdress? Am I going to be forced in the United States to wear a hijab? I have lots of military members in my community. Do you know how much trauma they will have by listening to the call of prayer 5 times a day?
Yep. Yep.
We served our country. We retired from our country. We want to live in peace and quiet.
Amen.
Okay? So, my first question is, under this NAT, okay, isn't the CAIR designated as a terrorist organization through both Texas and Florida?
Yes.
That's a problem. Are you going to require forensic accounting of all their assets?
Yep.
The second one is, I don't think it should be here. This is a Christian country. They should not be here.
Thank you. I think it's Cameron Karimi, and then Jamie Patel on deck after that, and then John Huffins.
I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you and share for a few minutes.
Please state your name.
I'm Cameron.
Thank you.
Karimi. What I want to bring a different perspective on this.
Good, thanks.
Where do you live? I live in Tulsa. I've been here since 1982. I came to America 47 years ago, leaving a nation that we've all heard about for the past 47 years, about what the atrocity they've caused around the world, Iran. Okay? And make no mistake about what we're doing right here. Absolutely make no mistake. What we're hearing, and I thank God for every one of our servicemen here and the veterans that have spoken and the believers that have spoken about this. I say this because this whole Islamic mosque, it's not about worship. It's about a statement.
Amen. Amen.
It's about inducing fear in the community, which is the root of Islam. Now, I love my brother.
Amen.
I've given my life to Christ to serve the Muslims and bring the truth to them for 35 years as a pastor. And I always say this, once you experience Jesus Christ
Amen.
and see him, you'll never be the same.
Amen.
Yeah. As I said, once any of you, if you haven't,
Come on.
see Jesus, you'll never be the same. That's what happened with this boy. I was in business, very successful, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? So we say this, the reality is when you experience this experience of Christ, you're willing to let it go. Let everything go and follow him. Now I say that for this reason, this whole thing in a practical way, if you look at it, as I said, this whole thing is about a statement. If you don't believe me, watch news. Watch the news. Watch what just happened last week. Now I'm not calling my brother that because we're just looking at him. I don't believe that's the case about him.
Come on.
I really do. Don't. I have great Muslim friends. Like I said, I came from a Muslim background. But the reality is this. This whole thing that we're talking about here, I'm going to read this to you. The North American Islamic Trust, we've heard several times on this. You need to check the finances. Where the money, the Lord told me this yesterday. Follow the money trail.
Come on.
If you don't, you know what happens? Once they become majority, they'll have your position. And they'll basically give orders to do whatever they want to do.
Thanks. Thank you.
Amen?
Thank you.
Amen.
Okay, so Jamie, thank you for fixing that. John Huffins on deck, and then Robert Easton on deck.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bazell. I'm a little parched because I've been here for a couple hours without any water. I am here to oppose this to protect the future of my children, and please bear with me as I explain. I know you guys are shooting down the religion aspect of it. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Anyways, I have 3 minutes. The mosque does not fit with the city's comprehensive plan and should therefore be voted down. And I'm going to go into the religion aspect of this. In the 70s, women in Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan were as free as we are in America today. We were free to dress and speak with freedom as I stand here speaking to each and every one of you. There is a reason Europe is taking precautions to protect Christian-like celebrations when mosques seem to be untouched. We are the peaceful and they are the threat. In summary, Sharia law says they will not assimilate, but they will dominate, take over, and anyone who stands in the way will need to die. The ironic part is those who stick up for this are often liberal who go against everything this religion practices, and with their law would die of stoning, thrown from a high place, burned alive, and so on. Things they still practice to this day. An ex-Muslim has said, "You love the chicken, help the chicken, you feed the chicken until it's time to cut off its head." That is the way of Sharia law. They play the part, then breed and dominate. If you don't believe me, read the Quran.
Come on.
While some can construe the words of the Bible, Christians do not actively harm their followers or otherwise. I'd also like to shine light on the Nigerian people and the slaughter of their people. Where is the news on that? They are silent. Between 2009 and 2023 in Nigeria, at least 52,000 Christians killed, 18,500 abducted and unlikely to have survived, and more than 20,000 churches and Christian schools attacked. Again, where's the news on that? No. I will not stay silent while the great state of Oklahoma gets destroyed like the many countries and most recently the state of Michigan has. Thank you. And also I would like to say that I was just out in the area of the hall and my friend was approached another individual and just wanted to communicate with him and ask him questions. And she's Jewish and Arab, and the Palestinian individual became quite aggressive. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so up next is John Huffins. On deck, Robert Easton, and after Robert, Gary Geiger.
Thank you, John Huffines. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to respectfully support keeping this approximately 15-acre tract zoned agriculture to remain agriculture, and to emphasize that the land itself holds significant value in its open form, often greater than whatever might be placed on it. Open land is not an empty space awaiting use. It is a working asset within the city's planning framework. Agricultural zoning preserves land in a condition that supports spatial balance, providing relief from overconcentration and allowing development to occur in a measured, intentional pattern. This balance strengthens the overall land use structure and supports long-range planning. Equally important, open land performs essential natural functions that developed land cannot replicate. In its open form, land absorbs stormwater, supports natural drainage patterns, and contributes to groundwater recharge. These processes reduce runoff and downstream impacts and help protect infrastructure and environmental systems beyond the boundaries of this parcel. Once the land is rezoned and developed, these intrinsic values are permanently reduced. Even well-designed development cannot fully restore the natural performance of open land. Preserving agricultural zoning protects these benefits today while maintaining options for the future. This designation affirms an important planning principle that land has enduring value beyond immediate development potential. In many cases, the land itself, open, functioning, and balanced, contributes more to the area than additional structures would. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Commission to recommend keeping the current agricultural zoning in place. I have provided a written statement for the record. Thank you for your time and service. And strength for you all for the rest of the night.
Thank you. Okay, coming up is Robert Easton. On deck is Gary Geiger, and after Gary is Dee Dee Malaire, I believe is the way you say that.
Hi, my name is Robert Easton. I've been in the community here, Broken Arrow in Tulsa for 26 years as a paramedic. Worked at Lifeline, worked for 9 years at Tulsa Tech. I just recently retired to go actually volunteer in the Israeli army. Was over there when the war started. Understand things about the whole issue of Islam. And, I was over there when the war started, and, the communities right next to Gaza, they were very progressive, wanted to do everything they could do to relate with Gaza. They had them in their homes, found out that they were casing their homes, getting things ready for attack. You have to understand that to people who are in Islam, anybody who's not of Islam is an infidel. And they don't treat them as humans. They don't think of them as humans. And I watched that, experienced that. And even in this community, as a paramedic instructor teaching terrorism, had a film that was approved by my supervisor pulled from me because it was found out in the Islamic community, in Tulsa Islamic community, that it was something that was exposing what's going on in the world. And it didn't shed a good light on them, and it was taken from it. So I just realized there's an influence in this community, there's influence going on, lots of money, but again, you have to understand where it's coming from. It's not good. And the impact on our community of this darkness, I was really impacted by listening to the lady who lived in Saudi Arabia. When you live in a country like that, it really does impact you. And it is seriously psychological warfare that goes on. Because you're hearing 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 times a day, you're hearing this. And again, that principle of lying to get what you need, they come in. There's basically 3 things that I've found. They'll offer you a religion. Secondly, if you don't go for it, they're going to find a way to get tribute out of you. If you don't go for that, now they're going to kill you. And that's just the truth. You have to understand, look historically around the world, what's going on. Understand it's coming from the east to the west. Look at what's going on in London. What's going on in all the European countries. What's going on in Dearborn. But thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gary Geiger, then Dee Dee Malaire, and then Steve Swagger after that. Gary Geiger.
Is there anyone still in the overflow room, do we know?
Yes.
There is none?
Okay. How about Dee Dee Malaire? Is Dee Dee anywhere close? Okay. Steve Swagger? Okay. Deborah Parkhurst?
Anybody else here sign up that hasn't spoken yet, that you signed up to speak? Okay, what's your?
George Schaefer.
I'll wait some of the others, they may be in the overflow room.
Eric Massengale. I've been called yesterday.
What was that gentleman's name?
What was your name, Jennifer?
Schaefer, S-H-A-F-E-R.
Yes, I signed up to speak.
Okay.
You are?
Did we call your name?
No, sir, you did
All
not.
right, well, hold on. We called a lot of names and they may have left, I don't know. Mary.
Is it about 8:15? Is it 8:15?
About 8:20.
8:20.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so,
Can't be on this call.
Mark Matowski,
Raise your hand when we call your name and we'll have you come up.
okay, Olaf Kinnerup, Mary Ann Colston.
All right, Mary Ann.
Mary Ann.
Ding, ding, ding.
Come on down.
You can pull that mic, yeah.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to speak. I've tried speaking in other public meetings and was denied the opportunity, so every time I have a chance, I want to make sure that you all understand that I appreciate it, because the Meeting Act says we can witness it, but we don't have the absolute right to speak.
Well, we've been waiting all night for you.
Wow.
You would say
Some real humor.
Mary Ann Colston, resident of 50 city limits of Broken Arrow. A little bit of background quickly. I've served on many steering committees within the city of Broken Arrow over the years. I was very deeply involved with getting the Drainage Advisory Committee going, as well as the proposition to give us the flooding problems. And so this is gonna be focused primarily, because there have been some other points that I don't need to make anymore.
Thank you.
On the flooding as well as the sewage system. It's kind of been briefly talked about, but I do have grave concerns because on the site plan, it shows a sewage area. Keep going. Keep going. There you go. In the lower kind of right-hand side, next to the pond that it shows a sewage area. That's so close to that creek, and that creek is White Church Creek, which does feed into, it's a tributary to Hickey Creek. And I do have concerns that DEQ would have a problem with that sewage being that close to a major tributary to one of the largest creek systems in the city of Broken Arrow. But I have been able to mark off a lot of my points. Citizens require that all decisions be based with the absolute goal of public safety, welfare, environmental constraints, and infrastructure capacity, and is neutral as to any specific proposed use. My comments focus on the physical and environmental constraints of this site. The subject tract is partially located within the Hickey Creek watershed. Again, the White Church Creek is what feeds into Hickey Creek, and it's a designated greenway. That designation carries real consequences for how the land can safely and responsibly be developed. Floodplains impose inherent limitations on development intensity, emergency access, stormwater conveyance, long-term maintenance. Rezoning this property to commercial general would increase development pressure within a constrained environmental corridor and heighten risk not only on this site, but downstream as well. The proposed commercial buildings and extensive parking areas introduce additional impervious surface and in close proximity to these drainage features. That affects runoff patterns, flood storage capacity, long-term maintenance obligations. These are not abstract concerns. They are predictable outcomes of intensifying development in flood-affected areas. Thank you very much. I hope that you will take that into consideration.
Well, Ms. Colson, one of the things I need to remind everybody is that the conceptual area that we see right now, it's not locked in. They're waiting on approval. If they get approval, then they'll spend the money on the exact design and stuff. So that septic field that they're showing would probably change quite a bit based on the requirements they have to follow too.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
but this area is very close
Oh, I
to that
understand.
creek.
Yeah, you're right.
So if they're gonna be having, they don't have, sanitary sewer, which would take away that issue.
Right.
Then with the sewage and, that I'm talking about with septic or anaerobic, I think it would be a problem.
But they're trying to get their ducks in a row first before they spend all the money on engineering and stuff first, so.
And I understand your position, your recommending body, so I appreciate your time and your help.
Thank you. All right. So, you, Mark?
Gary Thomas.
Okay, I didn't call your name previously, okay. Ola? Okay, Michelle DeBoer? There you go.
Thank you for hearing us out. There are some concerns. My first concern is we didn't do a pledge to the flag. And saying we pledge our allegiance to our republic, the laws of this land, our constitution. We, the people, have spoken tonight. We, the people, matter more than your zoning, matter more than, plans that have been made. You've heard the people tonight. Our Constitution is about listening to the voice of the people. But if you won't listen to the voice of the people, you need to listen to the law. So you have some laws you have to consider. Oklahoma law says no foreign countries can own land in Oklahoma. So there's a little caveat because of U.S. law now being upheld better, that caveat is going away or gone. So basically, they should be selling that land. They don't have the right to have that ownership of that land. You can't zone and you can't do conditional use permits when you're breaking US and Oklahoma law. Secondly, we have a situation where most churches want a 501c3, most houses of worship. Did you know it is against the IRS code for a church to rent commercial property? These people are gonna have commercial property, excuse me. So they're not gonna do 501c3? Are you winking at them and saying, oh, break the law? Go ahead. Because if you are, you're becoming liable. You're setting up your city to be liable, to be sued. You're setting yourself up personally because you're doing it before the fact. There's another thing. I'm hearing about drainage. There's a law about drainage. It's called common law drainage. Common law drainage is you take care that when you have water flowing from upstream, that the downstream people are not affected. Doesn't sound like that's being considered either. It seems like we have to pay attention to the law a little bit more. And then lastly, is that I just have to check my notes here one more thing so I don't forget something. The US opposes terrorist organizations that are supporting businesses, whatever. And here it is, we know mosques give to terrorist organizations. Why are we allowing somebody to establish a situation that will give to the terrorists? I say please vote no. Pay attention to US law and Oklahoma law.
Yes.
Dunn, and then Amira Alasbury. Any of those? Or any of the Odells? Okay, that's it. And then there's a trio of Odells. Are there any of the Odells here? Braden Odell, Tanya Odell, Gary Odell.
Anybody wish their name was Odell?
He's got a sense of humor all of a sudden.
You're a farmer in the den?
Yeah, which one do you want? That one? The comprehensive plan one?
The plat, that one?
Yeah, let's go.
Or the aerial?
Yeah, let's do
All right.
All right, my name is Nathan Dahl, and a resident of Broken Arrow. Thank you all. I know you are in appointed positions, having served in elected office. I appreciate your service here. I know this is a long meeting, not necessarily what you've always signed up for, but appreciate you hearing from all of us. I will say that at this point in time, I don't see how any of you can vote yes, because everyone has spoken in favor, has given you feelings on why, and no reasons outside of that. In fact, the very first gentleman invoked Charlie Kirk. And so I will point out that Charlie Kirk was correct when he said that Islam is incompatible with Western civilization.
Yes.
So if we want to talk about it from that perspective, we can, but I also know that you need facts and reasoning why. So if we look at this map that's currently up here, because people asked about the church below it, Walnut Grove, you'll see that they have a parking lot and a building. That parking lot is 1/6 the size of what they are proposing, because that has 120 parking spots, and they're saying they're going to have 750. That building then would also be 1/6 the necessary size to be able to host that same number of people. So you're telling me that that parking lot and that building 6 times over will fit in that smaller square with a commercial center on it as well, and with their septic system and green space, retainage, everything else that's going to happen. That's not possible, okay? So if you just look at that, just do a simple overlay, you say that you can see that this will not work. There was also the question about Life Church. Life Church, their parking lot is about 350, so half the size of what's proposed. And if you were to overlay it, you'll look and see that the entire area of the Life Church facility is basically the same as that entire tract of land. There's no way that this will work. Traffic was also brought up. Life Church is on a street that has 5 lanes of traffic. This street has 2 lanes of traffic. The person that came up here earlier and was scared by the words ingress and egress said that just with the event center, which has about the same amount of parking as Walnut Grove Church, that already causes parking or traffic problems. So you're telling me that an event center that occasionally has events already causes traffic problems, yet this facility is going to have 6 times the amount of parking, is not going to cause traffic problems on a Friday during school hours or close to school hours when school is letting out and everything else? There's all kinds of reasons that have been given to you. I understand that there have been emotional pleas. There have been religious pleas as well. But you all have been given all kinds of reasons to vote no. And so far, you have not been given any reasons to actually vote yes. I understand that you are a recommending body. I understand that you're looking at taking 2 different votes. I'm not as familiar with the city level of Open Meetings Act, but I would be concerned about taking 2 different votes that are not tied to each other if that was not published in the official notice for this meeting as well. So I would encourage all of you to vote no on this because you have not been given any reason to vote yes. So I encourage each and every one of you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
When you said that, because I think somebody else mentioned that too, that maybe I didn't shut off anybody that was talking for the applicant or whatever. But the applicants provided all the information that they needed right now for tonight's meeting, and now don't stop me on this, to present, this is our case, this is what we're wanting to do. You guys are out here wanting to speak in opposition, so yes, you're gonna defend it. So the people that are saying talking for the applicant's already provided the stuff for, they're just backing them up, if that makes sense.
No, I understand the applicant.
So I understand where they're coming in.
The applicant making the case, but the individuals that have come up to support what the applicants have said haven't defended why.
What else would they have?
Well, but they're just adding their opinion to it, and you've made it abundantly clear that that's not gonna sway you one way or the other. You were interested in hearing opinions opposed to it, but it seems like you were okay with hearing opinions in favor of it, just based on the opinion aspect of it, as let's provide facts.
The way of the parking itself, there may be that many X amount of parking, and I can understand what you're saying, and if the Walnut Grove is a 6th of it or whatever. We're not locked by, okay, we got the zoning.
On a 2-lane road, not a 5-lane.
Okay, now we got the zoning, they're requesting change of zoning from an AG to a CG. Okay, that has nothing to do with parking, what we're talking about there, right? That's just a category, land use intensity.
Then on
So
the
then,
every entity around it is still AG.
Hear me out. So then what they want to do is they want to go to a conditional use permit, okay? So they're asking for a place of assembly. Now, even though there's been talk about these parking stalls in there, if it was approved, we're not locked into that amount of parking, correct? We're just saying that a place of assembly, if it was approved, they could put in. So none of that's actually locked in, am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
But you're planning on approving it
So
with that in mind.
when they go in there and do their actual design, and say, hey, we finally got approval, if they get approval, through us, to the city council, if we're recommending body, then they would go in there and start detailing engineering wise and find out, we can't get that many parking. We have to provide on-site storage, we have to have our septic system, we gotta do whatever, and that's gonna decrease the amount of parking stalls.
But then you can't accept what the applicant provided as fact in favor of it then.
Pardon?
What the applicant provided, you can't accept as fact in favor of it then.
Well, that's what they're targeting. It may not happen when they spend the money to get the engineering
Okay,
done.
then vote no based on what they're targeting.
Okay. But you see what I'm saying? They're not locked into that right now, and if they were approved, they're still not locked into that amount of parking. Okay.
But it's the target, and the target will cause increased traffic.
Thanks.
And so we encourage you to vote no. Thank you all, appreciate it.
How many were in favor, or wanted to speak in favor of it? Did we have that number?
Speak in favor, I did not have that number, but I have like, only a handful left.
Yeah, so let's say less than a dozen, right? But well over 50, 60 wanted to oppose it. So out of respect of everybody's time, it wasn't about, we're gonna let people in favor of it say whatever they want, and those that are not in favor of it, we're gonna keep them silent. That wasn't the case. It was when you have that many people speaking, you're gonna start having redundancies and beating a dead horse. So we want people to say what they feel and share that information, but for the sake of everybody's time, we did not want to have a 10-hour session. So by just saying, hey, let's keep it this way. So don't think I've already made a decision one way or another. And I just want to be clear on that and why that was
Is
stated.
he complaining about his job?
If that makes sense.
But there's also a number of individuals that signed that they were in favor of, but they didn't want to speak.
So is Amira, yeah,
Thanks for
45.
clearing that up.
So is Amira as a last Marine here? Amira? Okay, moving on. Any of the Odells? Nope, okay. Brooklyn Forbes?
Odell?
Okay, Brenda Long? Jeff Hill?
Who did all that? Who?
Jeff Hill? Corey
Jeff Hill.
Brain? Calvin Crawford? Doug Kunzel? Brenda Kunzelman?
Can I take her place?
What is your name? Your clothes, folks.
Therese Lawless. I did put a pink slip in.
That's fine, I'm looking, Thomas Borderer, Teresa Powell. Come on, Teresa.
Different one.
Eva Sierra, Clint Fulton, any of those folks in here? Okay, there you go, you're on deck. And you are? Brenda, you'll be on deck, and then Clint.
Hi. Sorry, I can't hear because of a sinus infection, so I do not mean to be yelling at you.
That's okay.
I'm here today to discuss our beautiful community. I've lived in Broken Arrow 9 years, and I live 4 blocks from the proposed area. Our roads are small. They are already near capacity during peak hours. Building that brings in large numbers of vehicles at specific times of day and at week could create safety issues and level of congestions our streets are just not designed to handle in that area. I'm also concerned about our noise levels and parking overflow. In neighborhoods like ours, increased traffic and vehicles lining the streets will directly affect residents' quality of life. I believe council should closely review the parking and crowding and how crowding will be managed. What steps will be taken to prevent disruption to the nearby homes? Additionally, we are a small city. Our infrastructure is limited. Our water systems, our septic capacity, and drainage are all very vulnerable in this area. You've heard it from everyone. You've heard it over and over. I know I'm not presenting anything new, but I want to thank you for your time. And in closing, I just want to ask respectfully that you move slowly and ensure the decision protects the peace, safety, and character of our community. Broken Arrow, in God we trust.
Thank you. Then Clint Fulton, and then Derek Mills. Perfect. Yep.
During World War II and the Vietnam War.
Can you state your name, ma'am?
I'm Brenda Long.
There you go.
Been here all my life. I'm almost 70 years old.
That's fine, you look good.
During World War II, thank you very much, and the Vietnam War, the practice of broadcasting propaganda over loudspeakers at a high volume from early in the morning to late at night was considered psychological warfare, or psych war. If we take an example of the psychological warfare that was used back then and compare it to the practice of the Islamic call to prayer, we will see this is very closely resemble each other. Both are from early in the morning till late at night and all during the day. Both are extremely loud to reach as many in the community as possible. Both use foreign, confusing language to most Americans. Both use propaganda, and before anybody gets excited about that, the definition of propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a particular cause, belief, doctrine, or point of view.
Amen.
So call it what you want to, propaganda or prayer. If, you know, you can call it worship. I would call it propaganda because I don't know a person named Mohammed that did all this stuff. It would be propaganda for me to go to a Muslim nation praising my Jesus is the only way to heaven. So, the similarities are there. Both can cause sleep deprivation due to the loud early morning noise to late at night. Both can cause confusion and fear, being woke up in the middle of the night to loud foreign language, repeating over and over the same sayings could be very confusing to most. And most important, the ones that could trigger PTSD episodes, especially among those that's had to suffer this type of violent treatment while serving in the military. It is a known treatment of violence that has been used as late as Waco at the Waco siege. So, in short, I don't have a problem with the mosque as a building. It's not what goes into a man that defies it, but what comes out.
Come on.
And so I say that we need, I know you're zoning people and you've got to make these laws and codes. There needs to be a code from day one that stuff ain't never gonna be put on loudspeakers and sent out for 2 mile radius 5 times a day.
Come on.
You talk about freedom of religion, my freedom is I don't wanna hear that.
That's right.
Thank you. All right. So Clint Fulton's coming up and Derek Mills, and then after that is Heather Simon in here. Heather Simon? Nope, okay. Marnaz Anderson? Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Clint Fulton, Broken Arrow. Thank you for having me. What I'm going to say is probably redundant, and you call it redundant, but I don't care. I'm going to say it anyways. I strongly am against the rezoning of the lot that's along all of south of the Creek Turnpike. I believe that it's going to be a definite safety issue. We all know I'm not great of a speaker, but I'm just going to reiterate what everybody said. These people, Muslims that are putting this mosque, they're being pushed and funded by outsourced countries, outsourced wicked people, and you may think my opinion doesn't matter because it's religious, but it does. Let's see. You may think that what I'm saying is hypocritical because there's a church right there below this lot, and I'm against another religious organization, but that's a separate issue. The Christian church is not out there causing any harm or threatening people. So the Muslims, we know, and they're going to lie to your face, okay? So we are infidels to them. If you're not one of them, you're an infidel. And they're taught and they're trained that they're to smile to our face, curse us to our backs. We know that's true. We've seen it in other countries, and it's a fact. Just look at what they're doing over in Europe, New York. I'm just repeating what everyone else has said. But I speak for many of Broken Arrow, the majority of Broken Arrow citizens who are opposed to this mosque being here. They're going to come in, if you allow this, they're going to come in and they're going to come in subtly. They're going to comply. They're going to abide by your zoning loopholes and all that. But it may not be us that deals with the consequences, but it will be our children. And I can't, at least not try to stop it. Okay? I just can't.
Amen.
Not much of a speaker, but I'm
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
They are a patient people, and they will wait decades to get to our children. Like I said, it ain't gonna be us probably, but our kids will. And I'll die on my feet before I live on my knees. So.
Come on. Heather Simon in the room? Heather Simon?
Can I take her place? Seriously, I would have marked, but I thought.
She's on the list. No, Marnaz Anderson. Okay, David Giles. Okay, Catherine Davis.
We keep putting the Schaefer names
Yeah. And then I do know this person is here, Christy Gillespie. So go ahead, Derek, and then Christy Gillespie.
can't believe I blasted this.
Everything I had on my
This has to be
pretty
gone.
much been covered.
They keep forgetting that we've been here as long as they have.
Right?
Can you give us your name and pull the microphone up, please?
Sorry.
And then you need to
You need to dress up, not now.
Dress up.
All right. Again, is this a great country or what? We can all get together here.
Name,
And we
please.
can all share our opinions.
Name, please. State your name.
Freedom fighter. Sorry. Derek Mills.
Thank
I
you.
live in South Broken Arrow, less than
That's
2
fine.
miles from this proposed site.
Thanks.
Now, the one thing I have not heard mentioned here with this planning commission is right where the yellow signs are that give public notice, okay? It's high traffic, people zoom by there at speed limit, believe me. But those signs are sitting parallel to the road. You drive by, you see a yellow flash. I didn't notice it till today. I drive that road every day, 5 days a week, 4:30 in the morning. I never noticed it till I took a look today. Everybody's mentioned that the casino on the other side, that got refused. But the thing I did notice was those signs, we just couldn't see them. I don't know how long they've been there. I'm sure the law was followed, placed them there, but they're not visible. That's like putting a stop sign sideways or putting a speed limit sideways. Anyway, what I wish to share with you is I'm an immigrant from England. I've been here for a long time, no accent, obviously. Immigrated in 1968 from England. The European community is in an uproar right now.
Exactly.
Over refugee and asylum seekers. People that are flooding into those countries aren't bringing in wives and children. They're military age men or younger. They're coming in on rubber boats made in France into England, crossing that 22-mile strip of water. And rubber boats made in France. I gotta tell you that when they first started 10 years ago, when all this immigration, this asylum seeking started 10 years ago, those countries, part of the EU, took in per the EU agreement, so many people per capita. Money was allotted for housing, food, medical is socialized medical over there pretty much, in the little island I'm from. But as the percentage of the groups grew, the percentage of the groups in the influx grew, it became loud, it became demanding. And then those that had been there a long time, got citizenship, were born there prior to that 10-year influx, they got the right to vote. In London, they block voted. They block voted in a guy named Sadiq Khan, Muslim mayor of London, city number 1. Birmingham, about city number 3. I can't remember which is number 2, but right now, 7 cities in England are under Muslim rule. I do not have a problem with Muslims. I have a problem with the way they. That's on that.
Thank you.
I have a problem with the appeasement, the division, and the conquest.
Thank
That's
you.
what I have a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Catherine Davis.
Go ahead, Ms. Gillespie. Okay. Go ahead, Catherine. And then Therese Lawless.
Cool.
There you go.
My name is Catherine Davis, and I've lived here in Broken Arrow for 6 years with my husband. We originally moved here from Tulsa. I have lived here in Tulsa since I was 17. I came here through foster care. I am part Irish and part Mexican, so I do not have a problem with immigrants. My grandmother came here from Mexico and established our family, so I have no problem with immigrants. What I have a problem with is their religion and that they refuse to follow our laws. They lie to our face for as long as it takes and are here to conquer us and destroy us.
Amen.
I will not have my daughters be subjected to this. I have fought too long and too hard, and I know many women and
many men who have fought too long and too hard to watch our country fall under a religion that lies to us and tells us that they are here to conquer and kill us. This is dedicated to all the people who think they can come over into our country and tell us who we are going to serve. I serve Yahweh, the true and living God, the one that created the heavens and the earth. Make no mistake about that. I do not bow down to any gods. And nothing, I do mean nothing in this world will get me to shift or bow down or to change my mind. Every other God that exists under Yahweh, and his word is eternal. I follow Yeshua, the Messiah, who fulfilled promises of God and established the covenant of salvation. His life, his death, his resurrection are the foundations of our faith.
Amen.
No prophet, no man, no religion can ever replace or surpass him. Understand that. Some claim Muhammad as a final prophet, yet let us examine the claim with discernment. Muhammad presents himself as this seal of prophets, yet he denies the divinity of Jesus and the reality of his crucifixion. He rejects the fulfillment of God's promise in Christ. The scripture is clear. Jesus died and rose again, fulfilling every prophecy perfectly. This is the bedrock of salvation that we stand on, not to be overturned by any human tradition that you decided to make. History itself shows the limitations of Muhammad's claims. Promises of absolute victory and divine judgment and eternal preservation of his revelations that were not even fulfilled as declared. God's covenant remains sure. I do not fear these claims because Yahweh is my shield and strength. My confidence is in the living God, whose word is true, whose promises endure forever, and whose covenant through Christ is complete. I stand firm. I worship no other gods. I follow no other prophets. I serve Yahweh, and nothing, I do mean nothing, can ever separate me from my King, even death.
Thank you.
Amen.
All right, Teresa.
I will help lead the way for any Muslims that try to move into our town and take over.
All right, thank you. Teresa, and then Christy, you're on deck, and then George Schaefer. Okay.
Good evening, council members. Thank you very much for this time. I apologize for my time. I came straight from work.
That's okay. Say your name, please.
Therese Lawless.
Thank you.
I'm in opposition of rezoning the acres from agriculture to commercial and opposed to the conditional use that they are seeking. According to, I guess, Fox News, the city of Broken Arrow told Fox 23 that it did not have time to provide an interview ahead of the meeting to address public questions. So other than just hearing so many people who have opposed for whatever reasons, even just for rezoning purposes, traffic, drainage, whatnot, we shouldn't approve a proposal and then speak out the community's opinion. Many residents have only recently heard about this topic within the past day or so, maybe yesterday. And I talked to other people coming in, and many people have only heard about this yesterday. So I commend many people who have already researched and done. I would have done that too if I didn't know. While it sounds like just rezoning requests, this change would significantly impact the whole community. I believe the whole state of Oklahoma. This is a shoo-in. This is their guise, their ruse to get in, to say they're going to be peaceful and whatnot. That is not what they do.
Come on.
That is not who they are.
Come on.
Come, Holy Spirit, fill the hearts of thy faithful,
Yes,
and
amen.
kindle them with the fire of thy love. Send forth thy spirit, they shall be created, and thou shalt renew the face of the earth. Renew the face of the earth with what? With love. However, not with Muslimness, not with Islamism. That is about war. It is about domination.
Come on.
That is what they want. That is what's going on. So if you really think the issue here is, but I want to say I respect that you've allowed us to come for addressing the rezoning issue. Still, that is their way in. And if you really are serious about wanting to know, whether you should rezone this or not, you have 12 mosques down in Texas to go look at and go compare those families and whatever there's around. You have other mosques, I don't know how many here in Tulsa, that you could easily go and research. This isn't just about voting, it's about knowing what will be the consequences.
Come on.
What will be the ramifications for forever from this moment on. Thank you. It's your duty.
All right, Christy Gillespie, then George Piper, and then Mary Bishop Baldwin.
Well, Ms. Gillespie's coming up here. I will, maybe I'll ask Jill or staff to answer this. There's been a couple, I guess I brought up about the signage out there. Would you state, I know we go by state law, I don't put posting signs, sending the notices out. Do you want to talk about that? On when we post the signs for the zoning changes, and then we send out the notices within 300-foot radius of the property, things like that, could you address that?
Correct, they have to be sent out at least 14 days, 21 days in advance of the hearing date.
So the signs go up 21 days before the public hearing?
Correct.
Okay.
And the notices are also sent to property owners within 300 feet of the property.
Well, we've talked about the signage before, and I know we mentioned the signage about how it's kind of hard to read when you're driving by it. That's a good time to think, maybe I ought to get a hold of the city and find out what's going on out there, but Ms. Gillespie, you want to talk?
I'm gonna.
Huh? You may be laughing.
No,
Nobody else is showing up? I
Yeah.
think we got a gentleman right up there.
Yeah, we've got George, Schaefer? Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, George.
George Schaefer. I do appreciate everybody's gotta be tired, and I gotta first address you guys that you must have a spare bedroom for me to sleep in tonight, because my wife won't let me come home.
I'll take what Ms. Gillespie doesn't know is the last person to come up here and talk.
Well, there you go.
Orders the pizza.
I'm all for that. No, when I first heard about this, I apologize, I have not heard, I'm not familiar with the infrastructure. I'm a foreigner from Bixby.
Come on.
Easy, yeah. Well, we need help and prayer. But I am a Messianic Jew, and I want to tell you just just a smidge about my background. I'm watching my green light. I can do this in 3 minutes. I can do it.
You got two left.
I'm down to 2. But what they've been saying tonight, what they have been saying, how the Islamic religion, they're trained professionally to lie. I have 2 Qurans. The Qurans, I apologize if I pronounce it wrong. I've been in Africa. I was in Nigeria when they were killing a lot of Jews and a lot of Christians. And it's not a pretty sight. It isn't a pretty sight. And I know several Muslims. And someone said here a while ago that not all Muslims are bad. Well, not all Christians are Christians. And so, I think there's a lot that we've got to really process. I think you folks up here have to ask yourself tonight what you're going to vote on, what you're going to permit. And I can back what I'm saying. I'm not gonna, it's a dittos. You said a while ago, say dittos if it's been repeated. My gosh, dittos, a lot of stuff. But the Islamic religion is not a religion, but a geopolitical ideology.
Yeah, amen.
That's not my opinion. That's studied history proves that. Oh my gosh, my time is shot. I want to say this again, in closing this, my great uncle was burned up in the Holocaust back in the 40s. Families and all of them. I was born here. I'm a little California. Don't hold that against me, California boy. But I do pray that you guys, do you really want to risk do you really want to risk this in your children, your great-grandchildren? I got great-grandkids myself. And let them be subject to what is coming. It's been said here tonight. It is coming, whether we like it, whether we believe it or not, it is coming. And I'm just sorry that it is, and I'm sorry that this even has to be brought up. I would think for sure I will quit. I will stop.
Thank you.
I will submit good.
Thank you. Christy Oluto, okay? Derek Massingale. Okay, come on up, Derek, and after Derek, Paula Dine.
You've been standing over there a long time.
I've been waiting, man.
Elizabeth Brigham.
I'm hungry. Derek Massingale is my name. I had a whole big long list I was gonna put together like everybody else. I'm not gonna do that. What I wanna say is, as a general contractor, I've been through a lot of these. And what I'm gonna say is simply looking at that, I've been stuck in that traffic. There's no reason to have an additional facility that is gonna cause more stress on the infrastructure, number one. Number two, I can promise you, they have 700 parking spaces. There is not a septic system big enough to cover that with what they're gonna do. It's not, there's not a septic system big enough. You will have to tie into the city sewer. Check into it. If I'm not right, correct me, but the engineers. But that's one of the issues. I think where we are with this situation, and I implore you all to consider this, I'm not saying don't build it. I'm saying they need to come back to the table when they have the funds to do an engineering study, to do the feasibility study, and to do the correct things that need to be done for this to be constructed. Because what I'm seeing in all of this, these proposals and this and that, that's not anything to present to you all. That is a pipe dream. I can't imagine as a contractor coming to this commission, which I thank you for your service, and just saying, well, this is kind of what we want to do, and we really don't have money for it, but we want you to approve it anyway. And someday we're going to get there. Well, someday I'm going to be a millionaire, but that's not going to happen tomorrow, unless I hit the lottery tomorrow. But the point is that have them come back when they have the funds to do it right. I honestly believe the citizens of Broken Arrow would not be as opposed to this if it was done in that manner. I think if there was an actual architectural rendering brought before the people and said, here's what we want to do. It's not a big prayer tower. It's not this and that. It's not a big place to have shopping centers. It's a worship center. Okay. Do a worship center. But do it right. Build it when you start this when you have the money, not piecemealing it in phases. Their own architect said, I don't know if they have money where we're at on this whole thing. Their own architect.
But that's pretty common for them to do that, to actually come in before they, and see if they could get approval for all this before they start putting a lot of money into the design, permits and all of that stuff. So that's usually what, if you spend all your money down in there and find out you can't do it, you can't get approval, it's a lot of money spent, not wasted.
I disagree, sir. I think that's called doing business.
Do what?
That's called doing business.
Yeah, but
That's a risk you take as a businessman or businesswoman when you buy property. Then you take that risk and you put your investment in and you hope for the best. You don't throw the cart before the horse and say, let's go win a race.
Well, there's actually a lot of projects that come through here, and the applicants come in here, and it's they have a contract contingent to buy the property based on whether they're gonna get approval for the zoning request. That happens too.
Sure, but how many of those fail?
I don't know. There's not a reason to go out there and buy the property and find out you're not gonna get the zoning request. So see if you get the change approved first, then buy the property.
Again, I'm a general contractor. I fully understand the process. I'm saying that you as the commission have the responsibility to make sure that they don't put an eyesore there. And from what their own architect said, they don't have the money. They're gathering the money. They don't have it. They are gathering it.
It doesn't matter, we don't know if there's gonna be an eyesore anywhere.
Right, but I'm saying if they do it halfway and it stops like the casino, you're stuck with it, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, Julie Arthington. Okay, Joshua Joshua H. Okay. George Schaefer from Leonard, Oklahoma. George Schaefer from Leonard, Oklahoma. Irene Dauberger. Gary Thomas. Yay. Get to speak. Grant Ellis in the room. Grant Ellis.
My name is Gary Thomas. Oh, let's see. Let me go over a modern example here. The Islamic Center called EPIC. I'm going to go through a few points. This could be some similarities that you guys need to understand. It's a Muslim center city near Plano, Texas. The East Plano Islamic Center, which is what EPIC stands for, is one of the largest mosques in Dallas area. It was supposedly compliant with U.S. and Texas law, because they came in with a compliant proposal. However, Governor Abbott, this is a governor of a huge state, however, Governor Abbott publicly opposed the project, stating, Sharia law is not allowed in Texas, and nor are Sharia cities. Okay, that's a governor. He directed multiple state agencies to investigate EPIC and its affiliate violations, including unfair housing discrimination, unlawful funeral services, environmental permitting issues, that applies here, and potential financial hurt to investors, those people that invested in it. Abbott directed the Texas Rangers to open a criminal investigation into EPIC for potential illegal activities. He described the project as a threat to Texas communities, accusing organizers of scheming to evade scrutiny and use religion for segregation. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, Attorney General, investigations into potential consumer protection law violations and security fraud related to the project funding and marketing. In December 2025, Paxton filed a lawsuit against EPIC Community Capital Partners, the development entity, and leaders, alleging illegal security sales, misleading promotional materials, implying the community was Muslim exclusive, and funneling funds improperly. Paxton also called it a radical plan to harm Texas and vowed to stop it. And that's a public safety issue that you all are responsible for. So in summation, I would just say, why would Broken Arrow open themselves up to such a possible train wreck? And I want to add a couple of other points. Somebody asked me again, somebody talked about the septic tank. They said that there has to be a certain distance from the septic tank to the floodplain, and that's something to take into consideration. Is that that area there? And then another person asked me to ask that this is going to be more than Friday. One of the gentlemen said, the Muslim gentleman said that they go to prayer more than Friday. So anyway, just take those into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Is there any way I can get somebody from staff to see if there's anybody still in the overflow room, and if there is, to ask if did anybody in there sign up to speak? So
Yes, because we've got this whole group.
So I'm.
So you, okay, what is your name, ma'am?
Mary Bishop Ball.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, I called your name already.
You didn't tell me to go up there.
I said you were on.
You're supposed to come up and call your name.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so go ahead, Mary. Come on up. You, sir?
Barry Files.
Okay, I don't recall you. Okay, hold on.
Mary, did you sign up?
Yeah. I gave that to a police.
Look for it.
Chairman, members of the commission, I am Mary Bishop Baldwin, a 30-year resident of Broken Arrow. As local public servants, you are charged with carrying out your duties not only in accord with the ordinances of the city of Broken Arrow, but in conjunction with the laws of the state of Oklahoma and the United States of America. As you consider this routine request for rezoning and a conditional use permit for the Islamic Society of Tulsa's plan to create a satellite campus for Broken Arrow's Muslim residents, I urge you to consider your responsibility to uphold the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which mandates that the government not make laws hindering freedom of religion, or by extension in this case, make rulings based on the religion of the applicant. Oklahoma also has laws specifically addressing this issue. The Oklahoma Constitution in section 1(2) states that, quote, perfect toleration of religious sentiment shall be secured, and no inhabitant of the state shall ever be molested in person or property on account of his or her mode of religious worship, and no religious test shall be required for the exercise of civil or political rights. The Islamic Society of Tulsa is exercising its civil or political rights in coming before you with its request for a zoning change and a conditional use permit. The Oklahoma Religious Freedom Act of 2023, passed by the legislature and signed into law by Governor Stitt, also prohibits discrimination based on religion. Senator Julie Daniels, a conservative Republican from Bartlesville, said the legislation clarifies that when the government makes a benefit available to private entities, it cannot exclude religious entities from accessing the benefit primarily based only or primarily on their character as a religious entity. And in an executive order just this year, Governor Stitt directed state agencies to remove barriers preventing religious groups from participating in public programs or receiving benefits. A requested zoning change and a conditional use permit are public benefits to landowners. It seems that many people who have been making public comments on this issue have the idea that religious freedom is for me, but not for thee. It doesn't. It can't work that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Barry, I'm looking for your sheet and I'm not finding it yet. So Barry Piles.
Barry, when did you fill out that form?
I gave it to a police officer, when I got here.
You know what color it was?
Could have been a firework.
Was it the pink or was it?
I think it was white.
White. Okay, that helps.
We'll try to make sure everybody got the fair shot.
Well, I own property, I can hit a golf ball there, from there. You wanna hear from me?
Did you sign up?
No, but I wish I would.
Sorry.
My property's on that picture.
We were told that we were not able to be heard, and we feel that we should be able to be heard because we own property and do not plan for all of this to be happening.
But who told you that?
Hey, he's got his hand up.
I don't, okay,
That's
that's enough. That's enough. I don't see Barry Powell. Barry, I don't see you.
Sir, with your hand raised.
Derek Davis.
Derek Davis?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll look for your name.
I sent an email last night.
Okay, they had, if you sent did this email request that you speak tonight?
Yes. Jill, did you ask in the other room if there's anybody?
Yeah, everyone in this room, if y'all need to go away.
I filled out a form, Michael Pesha.
Michael what?
Michael Pesha.
When did you fill out the form?
When I got here, I handed it to a lady.
Well, these are all for it, so I don't know if you're.
Also Wade Miller, I submitted a form too.
David Harris.
I'm just gonna gonna read through these again. These are all the people that I have left to speak. David Giles, Nathan Forrest, Gary Geiger, Dee Dee Malaire, Deborah Parker, Steve Swagger, Mark Spintowski, Ola Conisette, Braden Odell, Connie Odell, Gary Odell, Jeff Hill, Corey Brain, Calvin Crawford, Doug Kunzel, Brenda Kunzelman, Tom Porter, Eva Thierry, Heather Simon, May Marnez Anderson, Derek Davis.
Right here.
Okay, come on up, Derek.
Sir?
Yeah, I was thinking that she was saying that's who's left to be called. I heard my name in there. I heard it earlier. I came in here and sat down, and then I didn't hear my name.
And you are?
Mark Spintowski.
Okay. You can go after this gentleman.
I took it, I wanted to speak on my form, I handed in the lady at the window.
All right, we'll look through it here in a second. So eventually, we gotta quit calling names, and I think we're gonna do that if we go through it one more time. If they may have left the room, may have left the building, they may be going home, I don't know. But we'll go through it one more time. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, so be it, right?
If you don't have a form, we can't speak.
Correct.
Correct.
Right. But we're gonna look for your form, Mr. Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Forrest.
I actually know the guy, so. That's why we're talking.
You know.
But I gotta play by
Okay,
the rules,
let
baby.
Derek go. Thank you. Please state your name.
My name's Derek Davis. First off, I want to just address what the gentleman there was going to say. Drainage is going to be an issue. I agree with him wholeheartedly on that. Not exactly what I wanted to talk about, but you guys don't want to hear what I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about it anyhow. This is from Charlie Kirk.
Come on.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Period. I'm not talking about individual. We're talking about micro or macro ideology, where many of them gather together, and what that metastasizes into. So I want you to try to filter out any individual interactions, because that is a distraction from what is happening in our civilization as a whole. How is it not compatible? Number one, we as Christians and Americans believe in freedom of speech.
Come on.
We believe it is our birthright. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech, period. You cannot question Muhammad, you cannot make fun of him, you cannot question this state. Number two, we do not believe in freedom. Number two, they do not believe in freedom of expression or freedom of religion. In Islam, in their verses, you are allowed to lie, you are allowed to deceive in front of God, as long as it advances the aims and the goals of Islam. You are allowed to masquerade as a different person or a different version of yourself. This is a foreign concept to us Americans and as Christians, because we believe that the ultimate value claim of Christianity is its truth, because Jesus, our Lord and Savior, is truth.
Amen.
And truth became flesh.
Amen.
At the top of all of it, it's truth. In Islam is not truth. Truth is not the ultimate Islamic value. It's not. It's power, domination, subjugation, conquer, and conquest. Islam takes over by force. There is a reason it is a religion of the sword, to create a global caliphate. We do not want this in our Broken Arrow communities or Oklahoma. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mark. You're up.
Come on, Mark.
First, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. This is a long night. Police officers as well. Unfortunately, I only have one one thing to
Can you
say
tell
about
us your name?
infrastructure. Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mark Smitowski, Broken Arrow resident.
See, I did okay.
Yeah, you did. I only have one, I guess, remark I should say about the infrastructure. Last summer, taking my son to Little League practice, 129th, it was 5 o'clock, half a mile was backed up, the 2-lane road. So I don't know, this is probably gonna impact it a decent amount. But then the others, there's just a little bit of research and just from one of the articles I read, just a few points here. I'd like to read off, I think 7 of them. In 2007, and this is regarding the landowner, the property owner, North American Islamic Trust, NAIT. It says in 2007, federal prosecutors named NAIT as an unindicted co-conspirator in United States versus Holy Land Foundation, where defendants were convicted of funneling $12.4 million to Hamas. A 2015 New York Post investigation documented NAIT-controlled mosques have been attended by terrorists responsible for major attacks on American soil. A 2004 Chicago Tribune investigation detailed how NAIT took control of mosques from moderate communities. Further to that point, according to a 2007 report published by the Global Muslim Brotherhood Watch, a consistent pattern emerges. NAIT assumes mosque deeds, invests Saudi or Brotherhood money, drives out moderate leaders, and installs fundamentalist clergy who enforce conservative Wahhabi interpretations. This has played out in California, Texas, Arizona, and Florida. NAIT's current board of trustees includes 3 members with alleged ties to extremism and terrorism financing. 2 more here. Former FBI agent Robert Stauffer's 1980s investigation found that NAIT functioned as a financial holding company for Muslim Brotherhood-related groups. And lastly, NAIT board members have publicly expressed support for jihad and the implementation of Sharia law in all areas. And that's all in that reference data. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so we have, I guess we got 2 or 3 individuals that said they signed up to speak, and we can't find the form, so I guess one of them is Barry Piles, and did you also?
Did, Eddie Grant.
Eddie Grant. Hold on a second.
We're getting you written down.
And we're on the honor system here, so.
Well, I'm pretty
4
honest.
left.
I'm real honest. I didn't sign up, but I own property.
I'm sorry, is that the name back there, the lady back there?
Wade Miller.
Wade Miller, right there.
Wade Miller. Wade Miller. Thank you. I thought I called Wade Miller.
No, I don't remember your phone. Okay. What was your name?
Michael Pesha?
And you formed that, you filled out a form?
Yes.
What's that last name again?
Pesha, P-E-C-C-I-A.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
I sent an email last night to planning at brokenarrowok.gov requesting to speak today. My name is Daryl Sarkwell.
Starkwell?
Sarkwell, S-A-R-T-W-E-L-L.
And what was your name?
Lane Brown.
Lane Brown? I'm not asking for everybody. Don, what was your name?
Grady Thompson.
Hey, you're doing good.
The difference being is, since we're doing it this way, you only have about 38 seconds, okay?
That's all I need.
Seriously, you'll still have your 3 minutes because I got the attorney down there. So I got everybody's name. This is our last listen, and Ms. Gillespie, I guess you're gonna be the last speaker.
Yeah.
Do I need to read through these one more time? Oh. Okay. Okay, so Grady Thompson. Or we were doing Grady Thompson. Okay, Greg, go ahead, Greg.
Whatever we do.
Okay.
All right, Grady Thompson. So I just want to come up here and say that, first of all, so drainage is a big problem, but I'm not really up here to speak about that. So it's really a safety issue when you really think about it, because, okay, so if you just take, Muslims as the denominator, and Muslims like commit terrorist attacks as the denominator, and then you take Christians as the denominator on another one, and Christians that commit terrorist attacks on the other one, as the numerator.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, sorry.
Pull it to you, pull it towards you, there you go.
Sorry. So what are those percentages? Everyone knows that the Muslims that commit terrorist attacks are a higher percentage. It's really just comes down to the safety issue, and traffic is another issue. I drive on this road quite often, and 700 parking spots on a 2-lane road when it's already backed up for maybe 5 minutes at a time. It's just not gonna work at all. Sorry. It's also gonna be a big eyesore, like, if you think about it. And so they don't have the money for it, so I don't know why you would approve it if they don't have the money for it, first of all. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but whatever. Alright, thank you all.
Thank you.
God bless.
Come on, piles, plural. Earl. Get the pile, piles, Barry Piles. Hello. Hello. I'm gonna address the board.
Good.
Come on.
Thank you.
As Bob.
Yeah.
So when I say Bob, I'm addressing the whole board, okay?
Okay.
So,
Make it look bad.
so my main issue, well, top thing is I do not agree to this zoning change or the permit. Main issue is the attorney indicated that this is primarily for mosques, right? This facility. So the board cannot approve a commercial permit for a mosque. Number one. And he did say they did say that there is a commercial aspect to it, but it's minor, correct? Still, right, still you can't approve it as a board, because it's mostly a mosque. Second issue, there are many questions to their site plan, if that was a site plan. Has the engineering department approved that site plan?
That's just a conceptual ad right now.
Okay.
They don't-
They're not held to that.
Okay, well, I'm an engineer, I work for an engineering company. We submitted a site plan in Creek County, and it had to address a lot of issues, all the exclusions. And I don't know if that addresses every item to be approved. So I would, as a board, disapprove it because of lack of detail. Because there's many questions about the sanitary sewer, right? ODEQ requires a certain distance from a leach field to the blue stream. If that's a blue stream, you can't do it. You can't do it. It's gotta be set back a certain distance. So with these two items, I would disapprove as the board. I say you cannot approve this zone change or permit. That's okay.
All right, well, thanks. Let me go ahead and address that. The zoning change request is for the whole area you see right there, the aerial. The conditional use permit is just for the mosque area itself. So the retail up in the top, the strip center that fronts Olive Street, that's separate. That would be, it'd all be CG if they got the approval for the zoning. But the permit itself, the CUP would be only for the mosque area itself. So it wouldn't be related at all to the strip center.
They don't
If
have
that
money
makes
for the
sense.
church, so how are they gonna have money for the strip center?
Well, that's their issue.
They're lying to
That's their, folks, please, so we're not gonna do
They
that.
need to build the strip first and fulfill their promise.
Let me
Thank
just
you,
ask
sir.
one question if I have time left. I don't have time.
You don't, you're fine,
Like
sir.
that leach field, you said that's not gonna be the final location. There is no place to put that.
Well, that, when they do their engineering, they're gonna find out. The project may not be a go then, Barry, so that, we'll see. Right now, they're just asking.
Lane Brown, Lane Brown.
Good evening, Commission. You know, it is just like
Can you say your
absolutely,
name for the
yeah,
record?
sorry, Lane Brown. It blows my mind that in the wake of two of our National Guardsmen that were brutally murdered in the streets of DC, that we're even talking about this right now, that we're even having the discussion of possibly having this in our community, or the two U.S. service members and contractor that was ambushed by an Islamic Muslim in Syria. You guys are quite literally, if you approve this, you are inviting that kind of violence into your community. If you approve this, you're inviting that kind of violence into this community. Like there's no other way to put it. If you're a public official and you approve this stuff, you're inviting Islamic terrorism into your community. They plant, they seed, they wait. They'll wait 10 years. I'm only 19.
Amen.
So my kids, my future kids, my grandkids, if you approve this, are gonna have to grow up in this area. And what happens is once you approve one, guess what? They're gonna go to another town and they're gonna try to do the same thing.
Come on.
And then when they get approved, they're gonna bring violence there. Many people have stated other reasons between infrastructure, etc., to not approve this. But I think it's a safety. You guys have a school here in Broken Arrow. You guys have a school here. You guys have kids to worry about. So if you want the next, terrorist attack plot to happen, then approve this. And then we'll all come back and say, I told you so. And I'll be gladly to do that, and so will everyone else. So I just ask all of you guys, please, look at what you're doing. You're inviting violence if you approve this. Thank you, guys.
Daryl Smartwell. And please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Dale Sartwell. I'm a third generation Broken Arrow resident. I represent 5 generations as my children live in this town and my grandchildren in this town. A couple of things that concern me is I'm not sure we're getting a fair depiction or picture from the architect earlier who made his presentation. As he stated, for traffic purposes, if we can have the aerial view, please, that there would only be a traffic issue maybe on Friday afternoons and during Ramadan. And then the member of the Islamic Mosque of Tulsa, who is spearheading this effort, pointed out that he attends prayer twice a day, 7 days a week. That is a part of the depiction of what we're being painted by the architect and what we're seeing directly from a traffic standpoint. Number 2, from a environmental standpoint, I've developed property, residential, commercial, and retail. You have a fresh water supply there at the rear of the property. Putting a 50,000 gallon septic system is going to contaminate that water. That water, and I've lost many permit battles trying to build property because I'm too close to fresh water supplies. That will affect the community. And to think that an Islamic center that is not going to affect property values of local residents, including myself, I live in close proximity, is naive. It will affect our property values. And affecting our property values does drive out citizens like myself that may not want to stay in this community. One more question I want to ask you. You're not the zoning commission. You're the planning commission. What are you planning for? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wade?
Let me ask a question. I don't know if James, you can answer this or not. I don't think who's in our engineering, but traffic study. Do you want to address the traffic study when the traffic study is actually done? When you require it, the city requires it?
Once we have a plan, more finalized plan, then it can be determined if one is needed.
So it would be after the zoning and after the approval, if we got approval for the conditional use permit, correct? It would be that sometime after that's not before.
Correct.
Wade Miller. Then Eddie Grant, and then Christy Gillespie.
My name is Wade Miller. I am a resident of Broken Arrow. I've lived here for 35 years. I went to high school in Broken Arrow. Love Broken Arrow. It's a great place to live and raise a family. I'm a father of 3. homeowner and grateful to address you this evening. I do stand
Ask if I can
opposed
close the
to
meeting out
rezoning
in prayer.
request. And I would like to share why. First of all, I just express my appreciation again to the chairman and commissioners. As was stated earlier, decision this evening will affect not only the present, but generations to come. I agree. And I particularly want to think about it from a safety perspective as a father. I'm especially grateful for the large percentage of the Muslim population that's peaceable. But there is a percentage that is not, and it's fundamental, it's orthodox. And so I think it clearly is a matter of public safety when conquest and subjugation of people is a core tenet of a religion. My question for your consideration would be, what assurances could the zoning commission give that this kind of ideology wouldn't develop over time in Broken Arrow? What could you say? I don't think that you could give an adequate answer to that. We could hope. We could take on the advice of the people that are supporting it, that wouldn't happen, but that's not representative necessarily of the entire community that will ultimately inhabit the mosque and be there. So I think the sample size is too small. As a matter of personal experience, I have worked in the Middle East. I have experienced the call to prayer was particularly loud, and the frequency was often. And so I would say that's quite disturbing, especially for people who live in the area, especially for the church that's right next door. I can't believe what that would be like. I have extended family that lives nearby within 2 miles. I don't want that for them. So, yeah, just a matter of personal experience. I would agree with what Nathan Bauman said and many of the others here this evening. The last thing is that elected officials are ordained in a sense, and I think charged before God for the protection of the citizenry. So I would implore you to please have courage to think about these things carefully and the long-term effects. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you, counselors. My name is Eddie Grant. Couple of things. First of all, a suggestion. I don't know if it's within your purview or not, or within your capabilities, but maybe consider a dual zoning rather than just going directly from AG to CG. Maybe leave the AG as well, make it dual AG and CG, given the amount of concerns and difficulties and lack of funding. Maybe this won't go through, and the next guy might actually want to do something that is agricultural and would have to come back and change it again. So think about that as a suggestion for what you're planning. Secondly, if you are going to change it over to commercial general, it seems clear that there would be an impact. If you pave 7 acres, and I recognize that's only a conceptual plan, but if you pave 7 acres, it's gonna have an impact on drainage and flooding. And so, why would you go ahead and change it without actually having, maybe not the full flood study, but at least some information with regard to the impact downstream? 7 acres of water has gotta go somewhere. And if they're going to build a retention pond, I think and flooding. And so, why would you go ahead and change it without actually having
traffic congestion, especially around rush hour. But also adding that kind of accommodate infrastructure that's, a lot of people are against. And also adding that kind of infrastructure, allowing that many people to come into basically my neighborhood. It's going to cause safety issues just because of the amount of people that are coming in. I'm sure none of those people don't live in the area. They're going to be coming from all over the place into that area. So that's going to be people that that we aren't familiar with, that aren't in our neighborhoods, and they're not going to have the concerns that we have. So that will cause, safety concerns, safety issues, along with the traffic, and also, that would also drive down property values. And, and for those of us who have just recently purchased property there, because of the fact that the location and because of the fact that it's quieter, there isn't nearly as much traffic as there is all over everywhere else. That's one of the main concerns for wanting to live in that area, and then just to see all of a sudden people wanting to just build there and increase all that. That's just a major concern we have, and so we definitely don't want it to be rezoned for commercial property. We think it's better to be left as the way it is for agricultural.
That's true.
And so we definitely don't want to have to resell our house, and move out because property value is going down and because the safety for my children has gone down, and the quietness and the sereneness of the area, has fled away. So that's our concern. Thank you.
Christy Gillespie. Y'all, thank you so much. I mean, I don't know if everyone knows, but these are volunteers and thank you for your service because it's not easy. So I'm gonna talk fast. My purpose tonight is to speak on verifiable facts regarding our comprehensive plan and economic development repercussions this proposed development will bring. When I began my run for city council in 2018, South Broken Arrow was pretty desolate. And I'm very proud of the work that we did during my 6 years as a city councilor to revitalize South Broken Arrow. I currently serve as your state senator over most of Broken Arrow, and one of the committees I serve on is economic development, workforce, and tourism. I recently conducted an interim study on the stabilization of municipal funding. As you know, cities depend on sales tax to provide public safety services, sewer, stormwater, all the things, all the road upkeep. Everything we depend on in Broken Arrow to have quality of life depends on sales tax. So in 2019, South Broken Arrow didn't look like it does today, and I mention that because that's when the comprehensive plan, which actually my name is on, I signed the comprehensive plan, and Broken Arrow didn't look like it does today. And the innovation district wasn't planned, that is literally right across the highway, and so many things weren't planned. And whenever we signed that comprehensive plan, and so I really believe that the comprehensive plan already needs updating, just in the years since 2019. So, and also I want to remind you, staff recommendation does not mean you have to vote yes. And I say that, I love our Broken Arrow staff. Y'all are the best. You're the best in the whole state of Oklahoma. But if we were required a yes vote, then we wouldn't need you. Okay? So I'm asking for your no vote for the development on this development for these reasons. The development requires a special use permit as a place of assembly. This development abuts a property to the south, which is also a place of assembly, and across the street is another place of assembly. This would be 3 places of assembly within a quarter mile of each other, none of which pay sales tax. Throwing in a measly 20,000 square foot strip center doesn't begin to offset sales tax loss for this development. And honestly, the applicant, they acted like they didn't even want to do it, and it wasn't even their idea. So, and then the whole thing with the no plan for a city sewer, they talked about putting a fence around it. It sounds like a self-sustaining entity within the middle of our city. And Broken Arrow has a precedent of not approving places of assembly within close proximity to each other. And I already passed this out. What I passed out to you, it shows that the comprehensive plan calls for a frontage road between Aspen and Olive on both the north and the south side of the Creek Turnpike. So saying that, I'm going to ask for extra time because I'm not a good fast talker, but saying that that this does not comply, obviously, with the comprehensive plan because we are not allowing space for the frontage road to develop along the Creek Turnpike. The Olive exit is the first gateway into our city. So when we exit, it was the first thing on the Creek Turnpike going into our city. So not only do we need a frontage road connecting Aspen to Olive, but we need commercial along this frontage road to be viewed from the highway and provide sales tax. If this development is allowed to proceed, not only does it go against our comprehensive plan by blocking a frontage road, it also limits connectivity to Olive by future developments to the east. Those developments would likely be limited to only Tucson entrances, which is 121st. My goal is to ensure we have common sense economic development plan for my district. This development does not comply with the comprehensive plan, nor does it make business sense for the inevitable growth between Aspen to Olive. It's for these reasons that you have no choice but to vote no. Thank you. Merry Christmas and
All right, so that's all we had to sign up to speak. Okay, right. So the applicant, do you have anything you wish to address? I know I have some items listed. Some of them you talked about earlier, but I'll bring them up again. Number one, somebody asked about the basement. I gotta find out, are you gonna put a basement in? So various items came up, and you probably heard, some of them did talk about noise levels, what the wetlands, flood, runoff, on-site storage, your sewer system, that's been a big one. The traffic at 1 o'clock, how long, I think you're saying 1 o'clock, how long does that last? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, or what is that? So maybe that'd be the first one.
Yeah, so the current sessions at Islamic Society of Tulsa, we have to hold 2 sessions to accommodate everybody.
Okay.
And these are repeat sessions, just because we cannot accommodate everybody in one go. So that's why we're doing it one at 1 o'clock and one at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And the sermon lasts for 20 minutes and then follows by a 5-minute prayer, and then everybody disperses. So the whole thing is about 30 minutes on a Friday.
So it gives them time to leave and other people can show up.
That's if there's 2.
Okay.
But once we have 2 different places, then we don't anticipate to have 2 prayer sessions to happen. So both of them at Tulsa and Broken Arrow will be at 1 o'clock each. Yeah. And then somebody raised the point about me bringing up the point of I attending 2 prayers a day. There's actually 5 prayers a day happening at the mosque. 5 prayers, and the number of attendees who take it seriously and pray to God over there 5 times a day, you can count on your fingers. Every single day. And what I try to do is just going for those 2 times for my own sake, not for anybody else. Okay, no plan, no takeover plan or anything. Just for my own soul that I pray, and I go for 2 times a day. And those are the times I see about 50 to 60 people at most coming to prayer.
Folks, this gentleman, hold on. You when you're speaking.
Yeah.
So yeah, where's the second mosque need coming from? That's the.
Hold on just a second. Can you stop the clock? Folks, he sat here quietly, listening to you. Out of respect for him as a human being, you need to do the same. And another outburst, I'm gonna ask the officer to escort you off the property. Thank you.
So yes, there is larger assembly times on Friday and in Ramadan. I'm not, gonna hide anything from you. Ramadan is a month of prayer, for worship, for fasting, and we go through a lot of people visiting the mosque for prayers, and so we need that space, and we need that space in Ramadan and on Fridays, and that's what our usage is. On an everyday basis, you will not find any traffic issues or anything like that. But on Friday, yes, we'll put an officer. What we do at Islamic Society of Tulsa is we hire police officers and we control traffic through that.
And, that has worked out for us successfully
But
throughout.
that's on-site, right? On-site
On-site,
traffic controls,
yes.
okay.
Yes, we pay for our own police officers to come and help us with the traffic, yes,
Okay.
on-site and exiting.
Okay.
So it does not violate anything else outside there, so, yeah.
Yeah, to address the noise again, I did in the beginning, but the mosque at Irvington Street, I believe it is, has been there since the early 90s. And anyone that's gone over there to look at it can verify that there's not loudspeaker systems. There's nothing that broadcasts, that broadcast prayer times for the patrons of the mosque.
But I think what they're asking is how would they get assurance that it's not gonna happen in 2 years, 3 years, or would it?
Well, it hasn't happened here in 30 some odd years, so I'm not sure why they'd start doing it now.
I understand, but
I
each
guess,
one, each one's based on its own merit, right?
Yeah,
So-
of
Based on
course,
23%
and there's, I've done work with probably a dozen mosques in the North Texas area, and none of them do that, so there's not a kind of a continuing precedent for that to happen here, so.
If this was to be approved, Graham, under the conditional use permit, we could stipulate that there's not allowed to be any loudspeakers or broadcasts, could we not?
That is correct, but we
Okay.
also have our noise ordinance that we can enforce on top of that.
And we'd be okay with that.
And see, that's what I mentioned earlier, is we are recommended by the city council, so the city council could adopt that development standard that if we send it to them, that's what we think they ought to do. I'm not sure how to word it yet, but.
As far as drainage goes, no engineering's been done yet on the site, and you said it several times, but I continue to hear that it's a problem. It's not a problem. We have an additional 6 or 7 acres back there that are not in floodplain. I think 5 of them are not in floodplain that we can do.
But is there a
leach
possibility
fields.
that this could actually be reduced maybe to half the size, not the building itself, but maybe it's part of it? We find out, we have to get in there, do the engineering, and find out, hey, we don't have the room for the septic, we don't have room for the on-site storage. Unless we reduce the parking, you're probably not gonna put parking jobs, you might, I don't know. But would you reduce the amount of parking in a smaller mosque, is that what would happen?
I mean, it's possible, once we do the engineering, it'll tell us what we need to.
We're not approving a
do.
certain size,
So,
right?
Yeah, but again, we have, 5 or so acres behind the floodplain that we have to do septic leach fields and, things like that. It's not developed, so that's all area that'll be, permeable, drainage will actually go into the earth there, and so, there shouldn't be an issue with drainage. We'll design it such that it's not. I mean, Tulsa has a drainage ordinance, and we have to follow that ordinance, so.
Now, were you approached about the frontage road itself, that runs parallel to the Creek Turnpike? From what I remember hearing, and I could be wrong, was that probably nobody's gonna put the bridge in there, and so the frontage road would probably not go through.
Well, there's another piece of property between this property and the freeway.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah, the only place that we touch the right of way is on that back.
Yeah, it cuts that corner right there.
Yeah. So, nobody's talked to me about the potential for a service road right there, I
And
guess.
that could always happen later on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
But they
don't see
would
any
need to
reason why
provide,
it couldn't.
but they would need to provide the right of way,
Right.
the way the other properties are providing right of way when they are flat.
Yeah, well, our right of way would just be that back corner,
That's okay, whatever.
which we'd gladly, give us a right of way there if we needed.
So when we go through if this is approved and it goes through the planning process, we will ask them to donate the right of way.
Okay, yeah.
For the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be a given.
I was just curious if you were approached by that.
There's actually a sign easement back there, I believe. Yeah, there's a vertical billboard sign that there's an easement for right now. It may have to be relocated.
Before I ask you a question, I wanted to, there was something that was said during the many speakers that we had that I wanted to get Mr. Parker's insights on. Something that was said that I wasn't really sure about, but churches cannot rent property.
They do it all the time.
Okay.
We have a church right in Normal Square that rents commercial property.
Okay.
The church is renting the property.
That's what I just said.
They don't own the property.
They can own and they can rent too though, so there's no prohibition on that.
But that's a strip center.
So they can lease it
Doesn't
out.
matter.
Okay.
And can you say anything about the foreign countries and land ownership piece? It was mentioned a few times, but I wanted to make sure.
The Illinois property is not a foreign entity, they're based out of Illinois, so.
Okay. It was also mentioned, I know we weren't talking so much commercial tonight, but it was asked at least, who would be enforcing and kind of regulating the rental side of this, once that commercial does kind of get going?
I don't know if that would be the Mosque board itself. They do have a board, a governance board for the mosque, if they would be in charge of that, or if it would actually be a member of the mosque who would take that, buy the property and rent it. I mean, it's not been decided.
And lastly, I normally ask this, I don't think I've ever asked it to an assumed place of worship before. Normally it's to residential developers or to more entrepreneurial projects, but I wanted to ask you especially. I know you all have had this land for quite some time now. And I always like to ask about what community engagement may have looked like either recently or once upon a time. So I kind of wanted to hear why this was a desirable place to proceed with this vision and this project. And if you ever, prior to tonight, felt this, perhaps this unwelcome before, and how you sit with that or wrestle with that, and your community might sit with that and wrestle with that, and why you still have the vision.
He's a victim.
The hope to be able to succeed in this particular community.
Thank you. Good questions. Have I seen this kind of unwelcome atmosphere anywhere before? No, this is my first rodeo, especially with representing the Islamic Society. I'm an engineer. I develop software, and I did not get involved in the mosque for quite some time. I was doing menial stuff at the mosque, but now I have my kids. I have 3 boys, and so I'm looking forward to they're growing up, and also for a place of worship, and looking at how busy the Islamic Society of Tulsa is getting. And I live 10 minutes away from Islamic Society of Tulsa and 10 minutes away from this property. So this is, I live at the center of these two. So that's why I got involved. And so to answer your question, this is my first time attending something like this. And it's not really feeling unwelcome. A lot of people have valid concerns. If this happened probably in Afghanistan, people would not be behaving like this. There are really nice people here who have been, just voicing their concern. They're not up here attacking somebody, right? So it's not really badly unwelcome or anything like that. I was born and brought up in India, 22 years, but I chose this country after I came here. So out of my 45 years of life, 22 I've lived in the United States as an adult man. So adopting this country for myself, I feel proud, and I feel like I've earned the citizenship here, unlike entitlement of birthright. No, that's not what I went through. So, having said that, I really respect everybody's opinion. They have the right, because this is a majority Christian country, and I can see the fear, but living here almost 25 years, I feel that I've contributed enough as a taxpayer, as a contributor with, you know, in different terms of a life through Islamic Society of Tulsa, where we have regular food pantry, where we have a free clinic for the homeless people, for the underserved people, similarly with the food pantry. And we go out, the previous boards, they have a lot of pictures that you can see that they have went out to the downtown Tulsa and served a lot of homeless people. So these are not, you know, one of the things that really hurt me today, hearing all of these, is they're all pretending and they're waiting for taking over, all that. A normal person does not do that. You know, we're all normal people, and I have a lot of technically skilled friends and families around me I hang out with. None of us think like that, and just getting blamed for something like that. Yes, there are bad apples in every religion. So categorizing everybody of the religion in the same way, it does not. That's the only part that hurt. Otherwise, yes, there's a lot of valid concerns. Sound, sewer, traffic, these are really good concerns. You know, sewer, architect, we got a very skilled architect, he will hopefully take care of it. Traffic, yes, he's going to do a traffic study before making sure the number of spaces. We're not here to hurt Broken Arrow. We want to be serving Broken Arrow. We want to be part of Broken Arrow. We want to be the fabric of Broken Arrow. Sound, yes, I really agree that there should be an ordinance. There should be some kind of strict enforcement on the sound thing. You know, today we are all, the people who are here in this generation, moderate people, moderate Muslims. Yes, we can say for sure next 25 years we'll not have this sound issue in Broken Arrow. But who knows who will come after us, right? So it is up to the city of Broken Arrow, the government of Broken Arrow, to enforce that there's no such sound coming out of this place or any other place. Thank you for the time.
May I ask how many members are in Broken Arrow that you're aware of, just roughly?
I would say about 50% of the people who attend Islamic Society of Tulsa are from Broken Arrow.
Okay. And approximately how many would that be roughly?
The first session that we do on Friday, we get approximately 1,000 people to attend. The second session is almost 1,100 to 1,200 people attending. So I would say 1,000 people on Friday. That's what we have seen from Broken Arrow.
So do you see growth is quite a bit then? So you're gonna have both facilities open, right?
The recent growth, when the United States government opened the doors for Afghani refugees, we got some families, right? Like 200 families here in town.
Okay.
And those
Tulsa,
families,
Broken Arrow
they actually moved into the Tulsa area a lot.
Okay.
And so we have seen that influx ourselves, and that growth only was in Tulsa, not in Broken Arrow.
So do y'all see yourself opening another facility in the future, 5 years or 10 years or something, in another area too?
Not at this time, but, you know, we're expecting this will serve for another 20 years. This is because Islamic Society of Tulsa served us for 25 years so far, and the growth is not that much. Because Tulsa, Broken Arrow, they're small towns compared to the big towns, right? So it's just not gonna happen that fast.
Yeah, there are a number of them coming online in the North Texas area right now. So it's growing at a much faster rate for that kind of community than Oklahoma is. And I know there were one more statement. I know there were a lot of, you know, people that were negative tonight, and you know, I think a lot of that fear is things that have happened around the country and around the world, and you know, I understand that. I'm not Islamic. I hear the same things on Fox News and places like that. But I think you asked about do they feel, you know, does he feel attacked tonight? And I think your point's well taken, but I think what will end up happening and what's happened with about every situation I've been in like this, and I've been in a few. Not quite this many people, but you know, very similar. And what ends up happening is once the facility's built, they see that those fears were largely unfounded, and that these people become good neighbors and good community members, and that, you know, it's not a situation where they, you know, where there's, you know, a congregation of demons over there. It's really not. They're very, very, the ones, and I've been, you know, I've worked for a lot of them, and they're very, very nice, sweet people. And as Aslam said, they have a food bank in their facility. They have, you know, a clinic in their facility, and not all the people that go to those are Islamic. In fact, most of them are. Most of them are homeless people from around the city that come and get, you know, food and medical attention, and their doctors that go to the church volunteer their time to give their medical expertise in the clinic. And they're not the only ones that do that. Most of the Islamic communities that I've worked for do the same thing.
Well, I appreciate it. Okay, I guess we'll close discussion on this, close public hearing. So nobody else can speak now except for us up here. So thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you.
So any discussions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my soapbox.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, and I can't, I'm not talking real good. Got a sexy voice going on here. Okay, so I was on the New Orleans Square Committee, and we had all the churches that were going in there. Our main concern was tax relief. We've spent a lot of money across the Creek Turnpike developing that section over there. We spent a lot of money bringing in Home Depot a mile down the road and developing South Broken Arrow. This will be 2 churches right back to back. And I was the first one that said, if it's my mom's church, that I didn't want to go into New Orleans Square because we needed the tax money to make that area great. And there was two churches that wanted to look at that. And we waited, and now look what it is. It's fun. And that parking lot's amazing, like, it brings in a lot of people. I'm not looking at the religious part of this. That's way over this way. I'm looking at what we are doing in South Broken Arrow, the use of the land. I don't feel that one little strip of retail that is not guaranteed, really, it's down the road, is going to be great for this area. Yes, there's traffic concerns, but as we know, we build it, and then the roads.
The tax.
But we have to have the tax dollars to build that road. We have to have the tax dollars to bring in other people, development. So I'm not okay with this because of the land use.
I mean, I'm okay with it becoming CG because that is what our comprehensive plan states for it to be in the future.
Right. Commercial, that's okay.
Yeah, but
But
I'm
we
not
have-
sure the.
That whole little area needs to
be worth
we need some tax dollars in that area, people. Anyhow.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but also I look at what comprehensive plan lists, and the comprehensive plan does list CG, and it also allows you to do the Facebook assembly, whether it be, like I said, whether I said, the use permit, whether it's a moose lodge, a church, or whatever, it allows it.
That's allowed.
So,
But
I mean, by just,
do we want 2 churches back to back?
I don't think that matters, really, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not sure, I don't know what the issue is there. It's concrete, well, I was disagree like that when comprehensive plan was developed, and we had all the public hearings on it. it was set there for a reason.
Mr. Parker, is there anything, like, there's issues with marijuana plants or stores being so many feet from each other.
1,000 feet.
Is there anything about places of assembly?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So, anybody else?
Well, let me just say this, so just let y'all, some of you may not know this, some of you may know this, but when we look at, they're asking to go from AG agricultural to commercial in general, right? So that allows them to put that retail. So I don't know if y'all.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I faded away from it. I'm getting tired of sitting, you know. So you're probably out there going, come on, come on. But let me just read you, if the zoning was approved to go from AG to CG, what kind of, things could go in there? Did y'all look at some of that? Don't answer. So let me just read you a few of those that might go in. I usually ask staff to read those on cutting Jose break, all of this one. So some of the things that can go in there if it's approved CG is a recreation center, government administration facility, art gallery, library, medical office, college, theater, trade school, bus terminal, towers, bar, nightclub, restaurant, theater, hotel, motel, mini storage, alcoholic sales, marijuana sales. So there's a lot of things that could go into CG. So if it was approved for CG and they did not get a permit for the mosque itself, the place of assembly, so there's still some things that could go in there other than just the mosque itself if the zoning was approved. Now, some of the things that you listed under the CG, that they could come back in asking for a conditional use permit would be place of assembly, child daycare centers, helipad, utility services, brewery, winery, flea market, open flea market, entertainment facility. So there's a lot of other stuff that can go in there. A lot of that could cause a bunch of traffic your way too. Yeah,
The conditional use permit process exists, and also, I understand that the floodplain concerns are going to be addressed as well, and I'm personally not, so much bothered by the fact that there's another similar place of assembly, close in proximity. That doesn't, put a lot of, agitation in me, in the way that I look at this tonight. And the way that I am looking at it tonight is that it does, the comprehensive plan, and it does fit with the CG, and I'm just trying to look at the land use consistency of it. And I say that publicly to say that, I'm just not necessarily, not agreeing with, Ms. Mindy Pam on this one, for those purposes as well. And I just wanted to say that, but for me, it's not about, and I hear everyone and all the concerns we've had expressed quite well tonight, but the way that I'm looking at it, it's not about just absorbing, all of the opposition and or energy that was very well, in some cases, very well stated, very passionately, and for sure respect. But trying to look at this as far as land use consistency, and that will be the reason for the vote that I'll likely share in just a moment.
Well, and when you think about, they've had the property, I think, for 14 years, there's been a lot of time that's gone by that they could have put in a lot of retail, and could have came in here for the rezoning to a CG, but they didn't. And so they finally come in here with something to do, and there is a small amount of tax dollars that the CG for that resident, for that retail strip right there that fronts Olive Street. So that's all it would be. It may be a while before we see anything else.
I was impressed with
I understand.
their example of when we would get that.
Use the mic.
Respect.
No, I'm sorry.
That was my concern, other retail places, I'm not sure other retail was involved. other retail places, they're like, yes, we're gonna do this and this and this and this and that. But he doesn't, he couldn't give us oh, it's gonna come down the line. And that concerned me.
We've also seen many of those that have come before us that have been approved for a zoning change, only to come back a decade later for a different zoning change because nothing ever happens. So I don't see this any different than that situation.
And that's why I was asking earlier, if you recall in a meeting about 5 hours ago or whatever it was, maybe 3 hours ago, is that what was the timeline on if they were, the zoning, once the zoning is changed, they plat it, if the zoning is changed. But if they do the conditional use permit, they have, from what I recall, they have 2 years to actually have some activity going on out there showing that they've actually done that they're heading that way. If it doesn't happen after 2 years approval from approval through the council, I guess, that permit expires. Does that make sense? And so it would be what it is today, other than the zoning change. And the things I read on the CG that I read you a while ago could all go in there.
So the comp plan supports the zoning.
Yeah, the comp plan, if you read the comp plan, it lists, there's the table in there, and you go to level 6, which is what this is. It lists the different land use that could be in there, the C3, those are permitted, and there's one that's allowed, I think it's industrial life that's allowed, that you kind of have to come in here. But the C3 is actually supported, CG is actually supported in the comprehensive plan. Now, I agree with the discussion about the, well, you want me to face the wall?
Yeah.
Well, but see, I've got to talk like this so you both could hear me. All could hear me. Now I lost my train of thought. That was what you wanted, wasn't it?
No. Trust me, I won't be defending.
No, I can understand what Ms. Gillespie said about the service road going in there, the frontage road. But it was my understanding that it probably would be built because nobody's gonna spend the money to put the bridge in there. And I don't know if that's true, but that still clips the property, so that can be worked out with the city department.
They will do that.
Right.
Yes.
So what we do here today would not hurt it.
No, they will have to.
And I know there was a lot of discussion about, I don't know how to say this the right way, but emotional outcry about certain things. I understand where you're coming from that. But what you gotta understand where we're coming from is what we're locked into on whether to approve or disapprove, based on our principal guidance, which is the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and things like that. We have to be able to stand by our decision based on what the city's adopted, if that makes sense.
In the confinements of the law.
Yes.
Right, and it's kind of hard to say, if we're not for it based on, we just don't like this or something like that, it don't look good to me. I don't know if that's stand up in court, and I know you probably might say that.
Senator
So is there
Gillespie said
any other
it best.
discussions or comments?
Yeah, I would just like to share that with a lot of the comments that have been made, if it was your religious organization trying to build a temple,
You leaving?
how would you feel if somebody was denying you your right that's established by the Constitution? The other thing is you own, no, you cannot, because we've had an opportunity to listen to everybody else, now you get to listen to us. Now, and you may think that's rude, but I'm not feeling well and it's late. How would you feel if somebody was denying you your right that's established by the Constitution? The other thing is you own, no, you cannot, because we've had an opportunity to listen to everybody else, now you get to listen to us. Now, and you may think that's rude, but I'm not feeling well and it's late, so my apologies. The other thing is you have the right to do what you want with your land as long as it meets the criteria established by the city and the government. So this is part of the comprehensive plan, does allow CG to be in there. So, Mr. Parker, I do want to ask, do we need to do separate recommendations
as Bob mentioned earlier, or do we do this all as one?
I've done enough here, heard enough.
Thank you for showing up. Thank you for
Yeah.
speaking.
I'm glad we were able to.
So are they voting tonight?
It sounds like they're gonna try to do something like that.
They're pushing right now, trying to push through.
Right, you can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chairman wants it.
Yep.
What about all the structural problems?
That's kind of what I'm.
Well, like he said, that's down the road. They're just changing.
They're the planning commission. They should be planning this shit out ahead of time. They should put infrastructure in place and then
Right.
develop the area. You don't put a bunch of stuff out there like they're already doing.
I agree.
You can't support.
Don't even have the money.
Yeah.
It's great. Did they?
Yeah, he wants it, so.
Well, God help us all. You will too.
Something or somebody in that room I was allergic to. My nose started going crazy. I've got allergies.
Oh.
Mold,
man.
must, mildew, that carpet or whatever, who knows what.
You hung in there. That's for sure. Well, I feel bad for all those people.
I do too.
I feel bad because they are.
I don't want to drive through there, that's for sure.
Well, I used to live over there. That's before.
Okay.
And,
It's not too
that
cold
road,
yet.
that road is so narrow, like you would not believe. I've been on the land. I was there. I walked on the land. Oh, well, went to the fence. When I saw 700 cars when they brought there, my gosh.
Right.